There he is.
That is exactly who it is. What's up, guys?
What up, y'all?
Nope.
What up?
What up? VGT Live is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents. Always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm through continued use of shadow work. Acknowledging that morality exists is like doing the first of the 12 steps in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's an arduous, unending journey of self-reflection and internal work to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Satanism is not what they taught us. It is on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are today, living an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant of the rules of natural law. This is the reason we are where we are today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick and immoral society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come up and speak or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on the show too much, as humans are fallible, but natural law is not. The truth is the truth, no matter who is delivering the message. A lot of things said on this show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. What up, y'all? How's it going?
What's up? Yo!
Hey, guys.
How y'all doing?
Who's all here so far? Hello, everybody.
Hi, John Bob.
Hello, John. Jonathan Balls. That is not your name.
I always busted my balls, guys. Always busted my balls.
We got
Somebody has to. Somebody has to.
here. Steve's here. Alicia just left.
Oh!
She's having sound issues.
Hey,
Oh,
Lubass is our biggest fan these days.
Already.
I love Lube Ass, and I hate him at the same time. He's like a love-hate relationship.
Yeah,
I think he's one of our biggest
he's in the
fans.
house.
He is. He is. He's here for every show.
Yeah.
We're gonna break into this first video. Everybody, have a little smoke, have a little something.
Breather.
Have a breather.
Oxygen.
This after-school presentation was written and recorded by Eternalized.
All right, let's go outside then. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist Carl Gustav Jung is the founder of analytical psychology and revolutionized the field with his in-depth exploration of the unconscious. Through his confrontation with the unconscious, he explored the dark side of human nature, while many denied it and focused solely on the light side. It is a fact that we all go through dark times, as we're gradually assaulted and overcome by the trials and tribulations of life. Jung writes, "It is high time we realized that it is pointless to praise the light and preach it if nobody can see it. It is much more needful to teach people the art of seeing." It is becoming increasingly more common to display only the pleasant parts and highlights of our lives. This one-sidedness creates an artificial view of life in which our dark side is buried and considered taboo in society. And as we see other people with their seemingly amazing lives, we become even more resentful and disappointed with ourselves. We see our behavior as socially unacceptable and try to conceal our emotions and contradict our real self. This forms the persona, a false social mask that makes us appear more likable to others to the detriment of our mental stability, and which ends up negatively affecting our whole life. We unconsciously let other people live our life for us, and we become inauthentic, mere numbers in the crowd. It is impossible to progress towards self-realization if we are presenting ourselves as someone different to who we really are. When we realize that we have been living a lie, the false mask shatters, and we come face to face with the emptiness of ourself, which may result in an existential crisis. Authenticity opens the path towards self-realization. With a radically honest view of life, we can progress towards psychic wholeness by acknowledging our dark side that most people cannot bear to look at. We mustn't repress our darkness, but rather confront it. Nobody is perfect, and taking responsibility to acknowledge this can bring relief to others and a feeling that they are not alone. Jung writes, "There's no light without shadow, and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. To round itself out, life calls not for perfection, but for completeness. And for this the thorn in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects, without which there's no progress and no ascent." One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The persona, as well as all our defects, insecurities, repressions, and memories long avoided, feed and form our shadow, the unknown dark side of our personality. The shadow is everything which one has no wish to be. It follows us around all our life, both literally and metaphorically. We may try to ignore it consciously, but it will always form a part of our unconscious personality. It is not some detached thing that can be avoided. It is a part of you. To go against the shadow means to go against yourself. We are all capable of good and evil. That is the only reality. It is important to know how much good we can do and what crimes we are capable of. And knowing this, choose not to do evil. That is the true moral position. The shadow is commonly mistaken as an enemy or evil entity. However, it is really exactly like any human being, who sometimes resists or sometimes gives love, whatever the situation requires. The shadow becomes hostile only when it is ignored or misunderstood. A frequent nightmare consists in being chased or confronted by a scary monster or shadowy figure. But when one confronts the figure and questions it, it starts to take on an amiable appearance. To honor and accept our shadow is a profound spiritual discipline. The shadow of an aggressive person contains tenderness, relatedness, and sincerity, while the shadow of a shy person would be assertive, responsible, and confident. It has a compensatory role and represents everything that we lack. The shadow contains pure gold as psychological insight, waiting to be integrated into our personality. This inner gold is all our potential and ideal self, which we all look up to in life and strive to become. And for that reason, the shadow is our ally in the journey of life. The less we acknowledge our shadow, the more it is liable to burst forth suddenly in a moment of unawareness. Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. In the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Jekyll tries to repress his dark side, but instead ends up giving life to his shadow, Hyde, who takes control over him as an autonomous personality and performs evil acts against his will. The dissociation takes on the form of a physical change, rather than, as in reality, an inner psychic state. It must be us who integrates our shadow and not the other way around. We talk about being able to control ourselves, but self-control is a rare and remarkable virtue. The result of ignoring our shadow is psychological projection, where we unconsciously attribute our own unacceptable thoughts and feelings to other people. Projection is always easier than assimilation. By pointing our finger to other people, we reduce the discomfort and anxiety about ourselves and avoid taking responsibility to admit that we are in the wrong. Our world takes on an illusory existence, and what is being spun is a cocoon, which in the end will completely envelop us. This can also negatively affect the relationships we have with our friends or loved ones, which we often take for granted. We do not value what we have until we lose it, and once we do, the whole world takes on a dark appearance, and we fall into a depression, filled with sadness, self-hatred, and regret. Projection can also appear collectively when people think it is they who are wrong and they who must be fought against. The tendency to see one's shadow out there in a specific person or a group of people is the most dangerous aspect of the modern psyche. The collective shadow ultimately leads to war, economic chaos, strikes, racial intolerance, and more. The scariest part is that people are entirely unaware of being immersed in it. Our good qualities remain dormant until we acknowledge the existence of our personal shadow. All our energy lies in our shadow, and ignoring it makes us feel lifeless, exhausted, and lazy. A confrontation with one's shadow fills one up with energy and stamina, which we can use for our daily tasks and work. This can be done through shadow work, the practice which includes self-awareness, watching one's emotional reactions, being radically honest, and paying attention to one's dreams. The paradox of human existence is that to experience the light and true happiness, we must descend into the dark. The true source of light is that which endures and continues to burn in the depths of the darkness. The figure of the wounded healer is one who is at home in the darkness of suffering and finds light and recovery, a sort of creative depression which is the cry of the soul for growth. We should not try to cure it, because it cures us. We should experience what it means, what it has to teach, and what its purpose is. This shamanic figure has learned to cure himself and find the gold in his shadow, and bring the wisdom to his people. We stop fearing the darkness once we know the phoenix in us will rise from the ashes, for only that which can destroy itself is truly alive. By becoming our authentic self and integrating our dark side, we can also become consciously aware of the collective shadow and not fall prey to it. This allows us to positively influence other people to do the same, improve our lives and the lives of those around us. People often ask Jung, "Will we make it?" referring to the cataclysm of our time. He always replied, "If enough people will do their inner work." Jung provides us with ways to explore the unconscious and achieve a better understanding of ourselves, the world, and other people. He tells us that we must have a dark side if we are to be whole. By denying the darkness, we are denying half of ourselves. The place where light and dark begin to touch is the most profound experience we can have in life. It is the union of opposites that gives rise to the self, the totality of our personality, and the main goal of human psychological development. The sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. If you're interested in learning more about the works of Jung, head over to my channel Eternal.
Yeah. So,
Good video.
yeah. Internal work, shadow work. It's what seems to be missing from our society these days. Whoa,
Oh, you kicked it.
I kicked the camera.
Oh,
What's up, John Bob?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What are you up to this week?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Trying to get
Yeah.
my wife to get some longan this week, I'm hoping.
Some what?
Longan. It's
Oh.
I actually have some. Hold on, I'll show you.
it's good. Long Yen's really good.
Ooh, yeah. I want to grow. I was looking at longan trees. I wanted to plant some here.
They should grow there.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're in zone 9A, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zone 9A for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. But yeah, for sure.
Welcome, Alicia.
Hello.
Oh, she might be frozen.
Hey, Lisa.
Salud.
Oh boy.
What you got?
What we got today? Things are starting a little slow. Maybe we'll watch another video. Or I need to look at my notes or something.
That video kind of reminded me of those old spirit science videos. Those were a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was very comforting, wasn't it? Like it was like a very educational but comforting video. So it's like the whole time you're learning, you didn't feel like out of place. You felt like you were literally in a good learning atmosphere. I like it when people teach like that.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
So a lot of people don't understand what we're doing up here. And Ali pointed out that this video kind of sums it up.
I thought that Jung should tell me what I should do. Whether I should write a book, whether I should get a book, what I should do.
Okay, yeah.
And he wouldn't. And so I got mad at him. And I said, why is everybody so mean to me? And he said, why are you so mean to everybody? So I stormed out. And you got what I said there. I said to him, why is everybody so mean to me? And he said, why are you so mean to everybody? That was the trigger point. I was gone for a year. And I wrote him, I don't know. Every now and then I'd sit down at the typewriter and write him what a son of a bitch I thought he was. And how when I first got to Europe, everyone thought he was a charlatan. I thought he was too. And I didn't, he was the most conceited, vain man. And I really had a great time. And
you sent all these letters?
Sent the letters, of course I did. And I thought.
So just for some context, she's talking about Carl Jung here. This was one of his patients. And so he spoke to her and told her, she's all, why is everyone so mean to me? He's all, why are you so mean to everyone? So yeah, she's speaking about being mad at him.
But I hope he drops dead of a stroke. And I felt very good. I just felt fine. When I can get mad, I can lose 5 pounds just by getting mad. It's just the adrenaline goes, and I just think, it's the opposite of poor little me. And I don't care. Let the world go and stuff it up. I don't care what happens to them. And then one morning I woke up and I began to laugh. I thought, for God's sake, what's been going on here? What a jackad you. And suddenly I realized, sure, he really hit it. And so I phoned Miss Schmidt, Fräulein Schmidt, and asked if I could have an appointment. And she laughed and said, oh, yes, she said, Professor Jung told me to save some time for you. We thought you'd be calling shortly.
Hilarious. But yeah, that's what we're doing here. We're being petty tyrants, which is something the world needs if we expect to progress in any way. We need people holding friends accountable. You know, we need to actually do activism. We don't need to just think that our opinions are activism, which a lot of people think that just holding opinions is activism, and that if they put something up on Facebook that they're changing the world. And most of these things that these people will put up on Facebook are very, very outward pointing. They're complaining about government, complaining about the cops, complaining about their mom or their dad or something like that, and how it's everyone else's fault. And because they're woke, their eyes are open a little bit. Maybe not woke's not the best word, but because they're based.
There you go.
That they are in the right and that the world is in the wrong, and we're not going to get anywhere with that kind of thinking. That's for sure. So yeah, we're mean to people here. We're brutally honest. And not nice. We're not nice. We are nice if you're nice, but if you're doing something dumb, we're gonna say our opinion, and that's triggered a lot of people in the One Great Work Network, which is very strange because these people are supposed to be the ones that are hyper focused on the shadow work and all that. So it's been really funny to see how many people get triggered by us just kind of holding them accountable to their own words. You know, and getting triggered sometimes is very therapeutic. You know, it makes you really dig deep maybe sometimes. You know, maybe not outwardly. You might not get the right, if you say something to someone, you might not get a great reaction from them, obviously, right off the bat. But if it's truth, it's going to stick in their head. And one day, like this lady said, she's going to wake up one day and be like, holy shit, they were right.
I'm an asshole.
Yeah, I'm a total dick.
Crap.
It's not everyone's fault. It's my fault. I'm not leading by example.
I was wrong.
You know, I'm wrong.
Yeah,
which is something we all go through.
With your fatal attraction ass. Oh, this beef stew's good. I bet it is, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah, I guess this Archaics guy, we're going to have to look into him. A bunch of people have been telling me I got to look into him.
I love it.
Oh, okay. What's up, Alicia?
Hey, good to be here. You guys are
How's it going?
Good. I love the topic.
Who are you? Where are you from?
So I'm actually in Mark's class this term on
so she.
Yes, and we have
Cool.
some classic examples going on of the ego and the shadow, and I'm astounded how even people who are students of Mark's work just don't friggin' get it.
Yeah,
it's frustrating.
And then they're confused that I'm critical of them when it's like, dude, you just had by entering into this group and by doing, doing this research, you should know more than anyone in the world this kind of stuff. But people, they don't absorb things, and it takes time sometimes to really have things click. Mm-hmm. If I watched the Natural Law, I tried watching the Natural Law, the Natural Law lecture, in like 2013, and I couldn't go through it. I was like 4 hours, and I watched up to like when he was talking about the trivium. I thought the trivium was cool, you know, but then I never finished the video. And 12 years later, you know, Ali makes me finish it, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. I wasted 10 years of activism doing nothing, you know. So I hit the ground running, and so like, and a lot of people on the show are into the great work and all that stuff, and everybody was wanting, you know, because I she was showing me this whole, you know, the whole time we've been dating, she's been trying to get me back into this stuff because I think she knew it would resonate well with me. And so yeah, we just started looking at Mark and his network, and we're just like, wait a minute, like, who are all these people and why? You know, like, I could think of tons of other people that should be up here, and there's just this just these kind of like a social group of clout chasers that are trying to be shamans, you know, when really, and we say one sentence to them and they lose their minds and block us, you know. And so it's like, okay, so how are you doing the shadow work, you know, enough to teach everybody shadow work when like you can't even have a conversation about your beliefs, which is, you know, and sure, it's a little bit tough of a subject, but you know, you should at least be able to hang through it. Like plenty of people who come up on the show, like that guy last week, I forgot his name. He was like, you know, I just stopped eating meat, but I still dairy and eggs. It's going to take a while. And like, he knows it's bad. He's like, I know it's wrong. And it's going to take me a little bit of time. And that's fucking great. I love that. You know, at least they're being honest. These other guys aren't being honest. And the more I look into videos of these guys that are claiming to be, you know, up there with Mark and stuff like that, the more I'm just seeing over and over and over again in almost every video they put up, veganism comes up and they trash it. So it's been kind of shocking. And it was a little shocking to just like, why doesn't Mark do anything about this? But like, he's got a network and he's got a business and he's making money. So he can't obviously critique the crap out of the people that are giving him money because they're going to not give him money anymore, which is kind of Mark's compromise. Because he even talks about one eye and all that stuff, and how money can change you or change your direction. And so yeah, it's just been funny. And then we've had like guys just volunteer themselves, throw themselves to me, throwing themselves to the shark pit, you know, like just like, hey, and it's like, I don't know, it's been funny, but we're hopefully we're putting together, you know, getting a little community together of like the real people, because it seems like Mark's vegan following is his strongest following. And if he would have focused on keeping that kind of group dynamic going, and it would be a lot better for the animals, and I think a lot better for his network, because I know of at least 6 or 7 people that aren't on his network that like follow him, but you know, and then I know some of his best people have left the network because of this lapse in moral argument that we're having here. Because all these guys, they, you know, any chance they get, you know, they're interviewing Mark, they like set up traps for him, you know, because they really want to get the veganism thing out of natural law because they don't really want to go vegan, you know. Yeah,
Mark's right about everything, but that stuff, nah.
Yeah,
and then venture into Mark's actually negatively affecting his health because of it.
Yes.
Or
the health
hurting
reason.
himself all the time,
Because
or etc. etc. These are people who are paying to be in his class saying this. So,
Yeah, but he set himself. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, you
No,
did.
go ahead.
Yes, you did, John.
Well, I'm just saying the guy fucking set himself up for failure as he tells everybody, it's okay to take 12 years. It took me this long. That's like a fucking, an alcoholic or drug addict saying, it's okay if I have one drink today, just keeping that addiction going. I mean,
It
and he
is
fucking
okay.
teaches thousands of people, like, fucking, hey, just keep it going. It's okay. I'm not going to judge you. Fucking, I'll judge these motherfuckers. Fucking, hey.
John Ball, judge ya.
Beta males.
Peak specimen.
But yeah, it was. It's true, and unfortunately, Mark. I don't know. He was a little. I don't want to say naive, but to think he was going to reach the world through the freedom movement.
The freedom movement doesn't support freedom. You ain't gonna get there fucking by fucking
I've been learning
going to a
that.
bunch of slaves. Oh, speaking of the truth movement, the freedom movement, I told what's his face that him and his master should be here tonight. And
which one?
He claimed he doesn't know who his master was, while at the same time alluding to his master, confirming that that's his master.
Are you referring to J-Dog?
Padini and Larkin.
Oh yeah, he said he was going to come up because we have some videos about Patrick Smith we're going to watch. He did a whole series on the junk science of natural law and Mark Passio. So
I've given him shit for 2 weeks straight. Do you think he's going to wear a shirt today?
Justin debated him once, I guess, and so I told Justin, "Well, hey, if you come up on the show, we'll watch your debate." And I knew he'd do it. Then we always get Justin up here and walk him into traps.
Yes.
Oh, he walked
Justin's
himself
another
into
person
it.
that somehow. Yeah, Padini somehow ended up on. I mean, we know how he ended up on the One Great Work, but he doesn't do that much. And quite works against it quite a bit.
What do you mean? He's the funniest comedian in the world and also one of the smartest people in the world.
Top three
smartest people.
Oh, look, all I'm saying is if he shows up again without a shirt on, I'm just going to take my shirt off and continuously make comments to him to see how awkward he feels about it.
You were the naked guy the first time you were on the show. What are you talking about?
That was a
Yeah,
total...
he was butt-ass naked.
Dude,
your ass was hanging out.
Hold on. I crashed the fuck out, man. I was raw as a dog. I was fucked up, man. That's you guys are terrible.
So mad at you about that. Oh my god!
Who's this naked guy? And then the next week, you were on the show in your underwear with building a bike, but you put the camera right at your crotch, basically. So you're in your underwear with your crotch in the camera building a bike.
I'm working on it. Okay.
So I don't know if you could talk shit about Padini for his camera etiquette.
I mean, he definitely hasn't worn a shirt in the time I've known him.
But you weren't wearing pants for multiple weeks.
But we know pants fit me. We know that there are pants in the world that fit me. Does Justin have a shirt that fits him? I'm
maybe
trying
he
to
can't
Fox News the shit
one.
out of this. I'm trying to say that maybe Justin can't find a shirt that fits him. Where's your shirt, Justin?
He just outgrew everything. He's a growing boy. Don't make
just
fun
a
of him.
growing boy. I think he's like a step below, like the Incredible Hulk, maybe a little bit above Andre the Giant.
Well, he's still nursing. He's still drinking milk. So every glass full of milk, he's like, yeah, it's like
you never know, right? You never know. He just keeps.
Ay.
Yeah, so we'll watch a little bit later this Patrick Smith series. It's these three guys that obviously think they're really smart, critiquing Mark's natural law lecture. And it's pretty funny because they're just red in the face arguing about this stuff, talking about halfway through the video being like, why hasn't he talked about this yet? And it's like, because you haven't watched the whole video, idiot. Like, it's pretty funny. Yeah. So this guy, Derek Bartolocelli, is this dork from this dorky rich guy from NorCal from Sausalito or something. And he's trying to get on the One Great Work. He's in everybody's videos. And I was in a group last week, a couple. I mean, we already talked this a bunch of times. I kind of left, and then Allie and Braxton got kicked out of a natural law group. But this guy kind of started all the shit, and he came in like guns blazing, like super pissed off because someone had complimented the show, and he was just butthurt because I guess no one gives him compliments for his shows, because he's one of these guys. He's like machine gun videos, like in every video, and it's like, if you're not really interesting, like, you got to bring something else to the tape. But anyway, so I was looking at his work, which this guy puts together music based or like not even based, but like woke hip hop music and stuff. Like he does like I don't know, I guess he thinks he's doing great work because he does compilation videos of music or something goofy. Anyway, he's a DJ, yeah. And like in certain videos, he'll talk with like a really thick Ebonics accent, like he's a black guy. And then like in other videos, he's just this nerdy white guy from Sausalito. Anyway, who lives abroad, lives in France. So of course, he's got the French personality, which is probably why he went so crazy on me in that group. Anyway, so this is one of his videos. He's got it's called the Anarchist Cookbook, and this is what these people think what anarchism is with food. And so at first we'll watch a little bit of just like we'll look at because in the beginning they show some recipes, and we'll just look at what the ingredients are, and then fast forward to 22 where they start actually talking about diet. It's pretty funny. So 22, yeah. So I'm gonna speed through this. So this guy obviously took like a editing class. It's a lot more for most people on the One Great Work Network who will just like do show after show and muscle shirts and is this flash flying through here right now? We're supposed to be looking at this. Okay.
We're missing chakra salad recipe.
Chakra salad, Alfredo sauce, 1 stick of salted butter. Oh, okay. A whole stick of butter in Alfredo.
And heavy whipping cream.
Heavy
and
whipping
Parmesan,
cream.
And grated Romano.
Oh, wow.
And cream cheese. Wait.
Anarchist Cookbook? Hold on here. So anarchy is supposed to be the natural state of the world, which is no, hey, Scott Gordon's here. How's it going, man?
Doing well, thank you.
Great.
Nice.
We were just there. He is. How's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Good. Thank you.
So I was waiting for you to get in here. We will come back to this later. So yeah. So I think Scott moderates the What on Earth is Happening discussion group, where I think a lot of discussion has gone on over the last who knows how many years. Yeah. I don't know anything about you, Scott. So we're just wanted to get to know you, see who you are, where you're from, what you're into, why you're moderating that group, what got you into natural law, just kind of that kind of stuff.
Okay, I don't know where to begin. So many things. I'm going to start by saying I've been a vegetarian for 38 years now, since my daughter was born.
Wow. Whoa, John Bob, he's got you beat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by a long shot.
Okay, I started off with a fast, and at that time in my life, I was so depressed and so ill continually, and my wife at that time was pregnant, and I just decided I was going to do something different with my life. And I really didn't have anybody. I had some friends that had tried vegetarian for a while and then they quit. So I really didn't have any support. And that went on for came off the fast, and all foods tasted good. I knew that I didn't need meat, and like I ate a little bit of turkey at Thanksgiving the first time, and but I was like, I felt incredibly better. I mean, just incredibly better from the fast and from going vegetarian. And
kind of fast.
Started off a new life for me, and my health was back, and I was so happy at the new baby daughter and all that. So that was 1986. Fast forward, I met, and she may be joining me, my wife down here. First of all, I'm in Argentina, Buenos Aires. So I'll tell you the rest of that story if you want to hear it later. So my girlfriend at the time, now my wife, was also vegetarian. We met on the Veggie Dates site. So I had already had a long distance relationship and had been in Costa Rica, got married, and that's a long story because I was involved in Scientology. That's the other big thing that I'm working on. And I'll tell you how that relates to natural law later. But I went to Costa Rica. I lived there 8 years. I came back and had to start my life all over again. I was still a vegetarian. And in 2015, I met a girl that challenged me to go vegan, even though she was vegetarian because she had kids. So it got me thinking. And when I met Ilirka, my wife now, we talked about vegan and how that would be the ideal thing to do. And Mark Passio, I knew, was going vegan at around the same time, and was talking about the challenges and how that was his goal. And so it was becoming my goal. And I had found Mark just a couple years earlier. So I think it was around the end of 2016 that I went vegan. I call myself a 99 vegan for several years because once in a while I wouldn't refuse a piece of cheese or something like that. I would never buy any dairy at all. I stopped buying dairy when I went vegan. So now I'm pretty much 100%. I'm not like a religious vegan where, if something was made with a little egg in it, like a piece of cake or something, I'm not going to say no. But I don't buy any of it. And my wife is 100% vegan. And so we've been vegans for 8 years now. About the same time, I think Mark went vegan. How did I get to know Mark? I was at... Mark took notice of me. I found Mark's work in 2014, and it was a lifesaver. That was probably the second most difficult time in my life. Interesting, it's because the first one was before I went vegetarian, the second one. It completely turned me around. I had been booted out of Scientology, where I had been working for 16 years. I was deep in a cult. In that cult, I had a lot of technical training at first because I really liked the auditing and the communication skills and stuff that I learned and picked up. All that did me good.
Were you in LA? Sorry.
I went out to LA, but I was based in Dallas.
Okay.
And the last several years, as I mentioned earlier, I went to Costa Rica, and I had to learn Spanish real fast. I still don't know Spanish as well now as I did years ago in Costa Rica, because I was able to yell in Spanish and all kinds of things that I can't do anymore. Because my wife is bilingual. She teaches English. She grew up here in a British school, so she's pretty much fully bilingual, and she teaches me sometimes English words that I don't know because she knows the British English, and I never did. So,
Wow.
irony. Anyway, I ran into Mark's work in 2014. I started going to Free Your Mind conferences, and I went to 3 of them, 2 of them in Philadelphia, and one of them was held in Phoenix, I think in 2016. And I came back to Anarchadelphia in 2019, and that's when Mark took notice of me. I was already helping admin the group through Leah, his assistant at the time. And this is my wife, Ilirka, full vegan.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Let me tell you a little bit about her. During the lockdown, she did not take no for an answer. She went outside with the dogs. The cops were out there saying, "You're not supposed to be out here." She said, she gave them the finger, and she went on with the dogs. And she went all over town. She refused to stay inside, and did that for many, many weeks during 2020 during the lockdown. So I'm really proud to have this woman by my side, because she puts me to shame in that department.
No.
We met during the lockdowns.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah, we camped like 12 days of the first month we dated. We just went camping and hiking, and
because everything was closed, right? So all these hiking trails were caution taped up, and so we were talking about we're both anarchists, right? We're all, let's go hike, and there was no one out there, and it's awesome because there's more animals. Stuff got overgrown a little bit, so yeah, we could just camp in these places that are normally really like popular hiking trails.
Yeah.
It's an interesting time. Yeah,
we went to a hot spring that we thought would be closed, but it was empty. It was this hot spring in California called Deep Creek Hot Springs. It's like 7 hot springs going down this hillside into a river, like the most magical place you've ever seen. I've never been there alone, and we went during COVID, and it was like completely empty, and it was like the whole place to ourselves. Wow. It was pretty rad. But yeah, we're a COVID couple, that's for sure.
Well, we decided to get married. We were boyfriend, girlfriend, and during the lockdown, we had a bit of a crisis. And at the end of it, we said, what are we going to do? And I told her I was going to come down and marry her. So it took me like 3 or 4 months to get into the country because of all the restrictions, and we couldn't get a hold of the embassies. They were always closed. So the government went on vacation on our tax dollar and left us to die. So I finally arrived here Christmas Eve in 2020, and our taxi was the last vehicle they let out of the line before they stopped everything for the big truck coming with the vaccine into the country with all the police and flags and everything. They thought it was like saving the day kind of stuff, and we're going, So, but we were the last car out of there before the big truck came. So I got to go home without waiting on the vaccine truck. So they got lucky here. They had the Russian vaccine, and that was not nearly as tainted as the other stuff. So I don't know, probably best to get off the subject on YouTube, and there's a lot of other things.
Oh, it's okay. Very few of my podcasts are get monetized. We talk about way too many crazy things here.
Oh yeah. I was worried about getting banned, not just demonetized. So anyway, she's in touch with vegan groups here, and we've gone out and into the country and helped with some animal rescue efforts. She's been a rescuer for many, many years, and we have 2 rescue dogs. And, yeah.
That's actually Allie might be doing that she might be helping out some lady at a rescue, or no, that's an animal what's it called? Wow. Sanctuary. Yeah. There's a lot of lot of people doing that in our area. It's kind of cool. So cool. So you got did you start that group?
The Mark Passio group?
Yeah.
No, that is Jose Perez had started that group. It had been going already for a few years. It's still the largest membership group that is devoted to Mark Passio. And it's also public. So I consider it probably his most important group because it's the one that's it's public. Most of the rest, I think almost all of them are private. And all the Mark Passio discussion group, I also help admin there. I'm a co-admin in the What on Earth is Happening, and I'm just a moderator in the Mark Passio discussion group. That one, however, is the fastest growing group. That one's up to 3,500, and I think What on Earth is Happening is over 4,000, 4,500 members.
That's pretty.
That doesn't mean much anymore because especially after the lockdown, a lot of people lost their Facebook accounts or got kicked off, or went inactive because they just got sick of the whole thing because there was so much censorship. Still is.
Yeah, it was really bad.
It's so frustrating. But my position is Facebook belongs to the people. It's the public square. We paid for it with our tax dollars. And, I've never been discouraged enough to quit. It's like I somehow, because I admin so many groups, I get away with a lot more. People wonder why I'm still on Facebook because I'm a revenue guy for Facebook. I keep people active. I have over a dozen groups that I admin. So they never kick me off, but they'll do things like they'll shut me down for a day. They'll lock me out of my account for a day, and they won't explain why. So
I remember getting 3 30-day bans in a row a couple years back. Yeah,
they did that to me.
I would get through one, and they would retroactively find some meme I posted that they didn't like, and they do another one, and then I'd go through that 30 days. And they do it again, and I was just like, "Holy shit, they hate me here." But they never
send a message.
Never got my channel taken away. But I was same kind of thing. Like I was admin for, back in the day, Free Thought Project and Anti-Media and like all these big outlets. So maybe that's. It's that purge that happened. When was that? 2016, the purge, where they got rid of everybody
2016
and everything.
Was the first purge, and that was when they shut down Pizzagate with a vengeance. That in one day they shut down every Pizzagate group. Now I have been involved with whistleblowing on Scientology as a deep state, always has been intelligence agency religion, and because I've brought the connections online onto Facebook, I used to get those posts. This is before people knew a lot about AI. This is way back in 2015, 2016. Facebook was nipping it in the bud before it even hit, the screen. It was like, nope, not this
algorithm.
one.
Yeah.
So I'm used to that, and I got a 30-day ban once, but it lasted 3 days. I guess they looked at how many groups were tanking because I was not being the active admin, so they online.
That's crazy. So you'll probably think these stories are funny. So when I first moved to LA, I worked for a HVAC company here in LA, and it was owned by Scientologists. And after working for 2 years, they invited me to the Celebrity Center, and I was like, "Oh no!"
What year was
So it was. This had to have been 2003, 2004.
I might have been there because those are the 2 years that I went out there for weeks at a time. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I know way too many Scientologists for a non-Scientologist. So I ended up working for this company for a while, and they're all, "Oh, we're going to promote you, but you got to come to the Celebrity Center." And I was like, that sucks, but I kind of always wanted to see that building. It's beautiful. And I know like there might be some celebrities there or something. So I went, and they straight locked us in a room in the basement and played these videos for us that were really crazy. And they straight locked the door, and they like had all these girls come in because we're all like young dudes, you know?
Isn't that
And so
coercion or kidnapping or something like that?
I felt kidnapped for a large part of this day. Yeah. I said I wanted to leave, and they said, no, you can't, basically. Like they took me upstairs, put me in a classroom. I did a course with some other person, and like I didn't quite understand what the book was asking me to do, and I asked the teacher, and he grabbed it out of my hand and threw it across the room and was like, all right, I'll get you something easier. And he goes and gets like a child's book off the wall, you know, like a coloring book, basically, like, and like just completely heavy with the like negative psychological shit, you know, with I mean, grooming into being in a cult, basically. So I ended up not getting promoted because I left, and you know, they ended up sending me handwritten letters like every week asking me to come back. Their security knocked on my door once and asked me to come back and finish the course. I was blown away. Then, unfortunately, through knowing those people, I ended up hanging out with a bunch of musicians, right? And we ended up starting a band that got huge, and they're still together, still selling out shows and stuff. First album went gold. And it was me and 6 Scientologists. So after a while, obviously, the parents of these guys were like, why is this non-Scientology? Like they were trying to get me to like do purists and stuff and take courses and go to the Celebrity Center again. And I was all, fuck you, I'm not doing that again. And that was like, I was traumatized by that day I spent there. That was like probably worse than jail. Because at least jail, they aren't fucking with your head. You know, I mean, your head's getting fucked with, but not like, you know, not like that. So I end up in this band with 6 Scientologists. And I ended up leaving after a while just because I mean, Scientologists in general, they're very elitist. And especially the guys that grew up in the Sea Org and all that shit, the kids that are like really like grew up in it, they think they are far more like they look at us as being inferior. They look at us as goys, basically. And it was just a shock. And then there was there's a musician named Skrillex, who was a kid who hung out with me in my circles and stuff back in the day. And like I talked to him about it. Everything he has, he got his parents did the book works for the Church of Scientology. His name's Sonny Moore. He's one of the biggest musicians in the world right now. But I talked to him about it, and he's like, you know, I really apologize, but like, you know, there's just screwed up people running it right now. And, you know, I everything I got, I could only, you know, give to the church. And like, when I was in that band, that's why it came up. They're all like, oh, we're going to give the church a quarter of our signing bonus to Interscope Records. And I was all, no, we aren't. And that was when it was pretty much like, you know, it was then 6 against 1 until I left the band, basically. But Scientology's crazy. And just being in LA, I had so much exposure to it just like by default. Like at one point in my life, I was like, every one of my friends is a Scientologist. This is so weird. Like I of all people would have not, you know, like ended up that way. It just like kind of happened by default. It was really weird. But there are a lot of Scientologists in LA. Whole shit ton of them.
Wow.
And so I'm not surprised if they've infiltrated other places.
Wow. Well, you asked me if I wanted a video, and I just realized that the speech that I gave at Anarchadelphia was taped, and that's actually the only video I have on my own channel. So later on, if we get bored, you can watch it. I go into the history of the deep state and the elites, the dark occultists, establishing Scientology with L. Ron Hubbard as one of their agents, and how that happened. So,
oh, no way.
now, there's a
Interesting.
plus side to this.
This one
And,
here?
Yeah, that's my channel right there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The plus side to this is that there's actually quite a valid inner work in Scientology. Oh, there we go. I'll let that speak.
Go ahead. No, go. Okay.
Okay. Well, you want me to introduce a little bit?
Sure.
There's an inner work in Scientology. You know, Mark's always telling people to do the inner work, and he's promised to come out with this year with a inner work guide. And you know, there's a lot of inner work sequestered in the dark occult or the occult. You know, light or dark. But Scientology, and you know, a lot of that was handed to L. Ron Hubbard, and you know, the Freudian stuff, the talk therapy was handed to Hubbard, and then he did his own thing with it. And I think even it's my opinion that at one point he went rogue because he realized that this inner work was the real deal and it was helping people, and maybe there was hope for humanity, that it didn't have to be run by the dark occult. I can't prove that, but I am a deep student to this day of Scientology and its history, and a practitioner. So the inner work works very well. And Hubbard came out against authoritarianism for a long time. And then he was a Pisces, he swam back and forth. He went back into, you know, his authoritarian cult mentality a few times because his ego got out of control because he became, you know, the commodore of the sea organization, the captain of the ship, and basically pretty much either sabotaged or sort of gave it away, let the deep state move in, bring their agents in, and took over Scientology. And that's the Scientology you see today. And you're getting coerced and kidnapped in the middle of the United States of America. I was kidnapped on the ship as a staff member for several days down in the Caribbean. That's another story. I'll tell that later if you want to hear it. But I know what a crazy cult it is, and I'm not at all inviting anybody to check that out. However, you know, Dianetics is basically just close your eyes and relive the incident. It's the inner work. It's what people should do if they want to confront their shadows, right? So think about this. It's sequestered in a cult that they propagandized you, especially in the last few years with the Leah Remini show. Don't go anywhere near it. And of course, if you go near it, you're going to get all that coercion and stuff like that as well, because that's the stuff that surrounds the auditing room, I like to say. Inside the auditing room, you get inner work without any evaluation from the counselor or any. You just get to talk. You just get to get it all out, and they have some very good questions to ask you for what's in there, and they draw it all out, and you walk out feeling great. Now, if you walk out feeling great in the church, what they do is they kind of reprogram you outside the room. You know, it's like get back on your policies and on your post is what they call your job, and you know, slave away for a while. You just got some free auditing. So that's what I went through as a staff member. But when I left, I started secularizing it, taking the religion off of it, taking the coercion off of it. The Dianetics was a valid therapy to get people to close their eyes and relive incidents. The Scientology was a little different. And I did a lot of study in philosophy and other things. And I finally realized that what we were doing in Scientology auditing was basically could be said to be repetitive Socratic questioning. And, you know, Socratic questioning is an important part of the trivium, right? So really what Scientology auditing is sort of an inner trivium. You know, you're doing the study of yourself, and then what comes out, the output is going to be your grammar, right? Yeah, I think it's grammar. So what comes out of that is an improved viewpoint because you now have taken some trauma out, right? So this is our doggy, okay. She's so cute.
Yeah.
The dogs are vegans too.
No way. Awesome.
Yeah. Until they get outside, I let them have a bone if they find a bone. I'm not like a parent.
Yeah.
But I know that they need variety and that they're technically, omnivores. So, but they do fine. They do great. They're very healthy. She gives them carrots all the time. They love chewing carrots and
they just did a study and found that vegan dogs have far less of the usual ailments than non-vegan dogs do. So, yeah.
They're very healthy. Yeah, very healthy.
That dog is super cute.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway, so
we have an orange cat.
Yeah.
Oh, where is he?
To finish what I was saying, there is a valid inner work there. My work in the last several years has been to complement what Mark is doing and giving people the knowledge with trying to come up with a inner work that's been cleaned of all the religion and that is just basically generic, okay? Generic Scientology, generic, I call it free Scientology in one word, so it's not like confused in the mix, and Dianetics, and basically, and I'm still doing research auditing with people over the internet, and she's tried a little bit of it, and so that's my main work. That is what my dharma is, as Mark says, the thing that I know that I need to be doing to try to give people some techniques that they can use to alleviate trauma. So that's my mission. And the speech we're about to listen to was given of the history of Scientology and how all this incredible, some of it was occulted knowledge and some of it is, actually, I hate to say, is new under the sun. I mean, a lot of Hubbard students developed some new solutions for inner work, or for the inner work, and that work very well. And I developed some things based on my study and knowledge. And so it's drifting away from the hardcore. I saw a comment a little while back about the sec check. That's a Scientology term for a security check. That's when they rake you over the hole. You sit there sweating because they're going to find out your crimes, right? And there is
or someone writes a what's it called? Oh, I used to know all this terminology. There's like 1-1 if you're being N theta. You get and if you're being 1-1, it's like a really low energy. I remember because like I took, from the course I took, it didn't seem like it was bad information. It just kind of seemed like school, like college or something like that. I was very not into spirituality or anything like that then. But there was it did seem like there was a lot of they did have a lot of weird terminology. And like the last time I went to the Celebrity Center, I actually went with Tyson Hubbard, that was L. Ron's great grandson, I think. And it was funny because we went there and a bunch of people came up to us and he was just like, leave us alone. And then no one else talked to us for the rest of the time we were there. It was pretty funny, but Tyson's a cool kid. He was in a band called Touche Amore that was like a heavy metal band. But again, like most of my friends who were Scientologists, they were like kids of Scientologists. They weren't really into it, but their parents were, but they grew up in it. So it was kind of like, it was almost like a dry drunk, or like a lot of these truthers that aren't actually doing shadow work. Like they're very angry and outward pointing, and it was very strange. And then it seemed like there were some of my Scientologist friends that were like, that were into it a little bit more, and they seemed to have their shit together a little bit more. But Yeah, the security and the what was it? If someone's doing something bad, you can actually write something to the church.
It's called a knowledge report.
Knowledge report, a KR. Yeah, the KRs were pretty funny.
Quick
I'd always threaten my friends that were Scientologists with writing a KR on them, and they'd always laugh about it.
Very, very East Germany, right?
Yeah, totally.
Because we policed each other, and Scientology is a police state within a quote free country. We know it's a police state, right? So, the security check is, I already described that. The knowledge report, I'll tell you a quick story about it. When I was in Costa Rica, I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. And this is because I had found out about the corruption at the highest levels of the church at the end of 2009, right when I had finished my last staff contract, and I was done being on staff at my end of my 16th year. And a few months into that, I started auditing myself at home, and I had one of these meters. The meter is a biofeedback device, and it registers charge, and the needle will swing and react to a question, right? This is how you find stuff, and this is what makes Scientology a little more efficient than talk therapy, because now you know what to talk about that you're going to get somewhere, right? Otherwise, you can ramble on for a long time and waste a lot of hours in talk therapy. So the meter is a good thing, when you know how to use it. And I taught myself how to solo audit because I was done with staff and I had nobody to fix me up, and I was having migraine headaches and toothaches and all kinds of things. And so Costa Rica, we had these metal roofs, and it rained like cats and dogs every afternoon during the rainy season. So my wife worked for Intel, and so she had this 9-to-5 schedule, and I'm at home holding these solo cans. You hold them in one hand, and I'm writing down what's happening in the other, and it's all hooked to the meter. And all of a sudden, I look up, and my other wife at that time in Costa Rica, comes around the corner, and she, "What are you doing?" Well, I was solo auditing, and according to Scientology, they call it squirrel. And squirrel means you're doing something out of the church, out of the rules, something you're not supposed to be doing. You're playing with the technology on your own. You're not supposed to do that, And this is why this technology has remained so sequestered, because people are terrified of the church, And I mean, people have been doing Scientology outside of the church very cautiously in various places. Anyway, because my wife at the time asked me, she said, I wrote a report on what I found, because she was supposed to, and she felt guilty if she didn't. And she said, "Do you want me to send it to the org?" Org is what we call the organization, or the mission. In Costa Rica, it's a mission. And for some strange reason, probably best known to God, I misheard what she said. I would have said, "No, let's keep that between us, please." It's like, I don't want to get kicked out. And I said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And she sent it into the church, and it wasn't like a week later, I'm getting this dark yellow piece of paper with my name on it saying, "One more time and you're out." You're out. And being out in a Scientology family, and this is why you've got these Scientologist kids who may not be active in the religion, but they don't dare go out and speak badly about it or do their own thing or do anything against the rules, because that means they don't ever get to talk to their parents again, because the corporate Scientology has this policy of disconnection. And if somebody's not doing what the church wants and they're on the bad side of the church, you get disconnected from. And that's the tragedy. And That's what they show on the Leah Remini show, and that is the bad side of the thing.
Yeah, my buddy, my best friend at the time, Evan Thomas, his mother's name was Aida Thomas, and she was kicked out.
I know Aida. Uh-huh.
I bet you know Aida. She's a cool lady. She got kicked out. And then they started, like, I was hanging out with Evan, and he started his Scientologist friends were like telling other people not to hang out with him anymore and stuff. So yeah, Aida is really cool. David and Bridget Moore. Do you know Dave and Bridge Moore? They're bookkeepers. That's Sonny's parents, Sonny Moore's parents. But yeah, Aida is a really cool lady. We actually just saw her maybe about 3 months ago. But wow. The Scientology thing's wild. It was weird having a best friend that was Scientologist, but he wasn't into it, and he didn't really want to have anything to do with it, but he grew up in it, and all of his friends are guys from the Sea Org and all that, whatever. You know, they're all kind of like Scientology royalty a little bit because all their parents are kind of high up in the org and everything. So it was wild, and that was like the whole was hanging out with like it was strange because they all hung out together. And so I hung out with like lots of Scientologists. And then it was like Danny Masterson, all that stuff happened with him. That dude, I remember I met him half a dozen times. He had very dark energy. So I was not surprised at all by what happened. And then that even like just him, that example, like a lot of my friends, you know, were like him. Like half the guys I was in that band were just really like dark people. And yeah, it was very strange, but yeah, LA is a kind of it's a strange place, and we have a lot of stuff going on that affects people in different ways in LA. But the Scientology thing was pretty wild. I don't know how I ended up with so many Scientologist friends. It was really funny. But like I said, it didn't seem like any of the information was bad. It was just the group around it. And that was quite a while ago. And they own half of LA. Like it's wild when you see how much stuff they own. And then you go travel and you see places in every city. You're like, yikes. They're I believe they're like one of the bigger property owners in LA. Because I think like in the 50s or something, they were just buying up everything. But on Hollywood Boulevard, there's 15 Scientology buildings, and they're the most beautiful buildings in town too. The Celebrity Center is amazing. That grounds was really nice. But it's, you know, it's not my thing.
No, a lot of the philosophy and writings and stuff align pretty well with natural law. You can really recognize, if you know what the occult is, you could study Scientology and you could find the light occult all in there. So there's a lot of good information, and, you know, it's sequestered. As long as you give yourself to this cult, you can have this knowledge. You know, it's interesting how they do it. It's actually an above average IQ type group. It's got the most incredible intelligence service that has been praised by all over the world. It's like, and I didn't get that far in my story, but I was intelligence officer trained at one point after I had done a lot of technical training and a lot of auditing. I volunteered to step forward and do that, thinking that, and there's irony of ironies. And the only time I was in San Diego, when I was 18 years old, I joined the Marines, right? And so I woke up in there going, what the hell did I just do? And so I figured out how to get out, because a Navy doctor was telling me that I was going to be discharged anyway because I didn't meet the weight criteria. And why did my recruiter even send me? So anyway,
skinny vegan.
To make a long story short, I got out of there on the day that they called me in for pegging the IQ test. They wanted me to join Marine Intelligence. And if you ever seen the Kay Griggs interview, about the Pink Marines, I was like, oh my God, I thank God for pulling me out of there before I got him, pulled into that. So I don't know why at the age of 18, I was raised in a Christian family, but I didn't have, and my uncle was in the NSA. So, there shouldn't be anything wrong with intelligence, right? But I don't know what it was, but when they called me and said they wanted me to come to a meeting to join the intelligence of the Marines, I refused to train. And so I got kicked out of the Marines. Weeks later, they threatened me and told me I was going to jail in Leavenworth and all kinds of things. A lot like Scientology, but that's the religious cult of the U.S. Marines. And I call Scientology the sixth service. You have the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and then you have Scientology, founded by a naval intelligence officer and modeled on the U.S. Navy all the way. That's the Sea Organization. So anyway, I got out of the Marines at age 18, and so here I am, unwittingly signing up for a government intelligence agency, or a sub-agency of the government, I like to say. And I joined the Office of Special Affairs of my local organization. And so that's what brought me out to LA many trips. They would take me out anytime they had the slightest hunch that I might be rogue, meaning doing my own thing. They made sure I got out to LA and got, whatever auditing or whatever I was supposed to do or training. And I got the training out there. And I got to walk around LA and Hollywood Boulevard and the other boulevard, Sunset, and, walk up in there. And, after that, out here in the we call it the free independent field, where Aida is, I got to go over to her house a few years ago and sit around and chat with her. And I knew her off of Facebook. So
I had 3 birthdays up at that house. Her son Evan was a very, very good friend of mine. That's pretty funny. Huh? Yeah. And I know so many Scientologists, it's ridiculous. But I think Aida was pretty well known. She was into the whole, it's not psychotherapy, but
she's a highly classed auditor. We call it an auditor, and it's a good word because you're basically auditing a person. You're helping them examine themselves and listening to them. It comes from the word listen. So, yeah, she's a high-class auditor.
Yeah.
Did all the training all the way to the top.
Yeah, Evan said she'd been beat up by some people and stuff. She'd do personal auditing and with crazy people, and they many times got violent with her. And she's just a little lady.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so funny that you've been over there.
Wow. Anyway, so I don't know. Any questions? Or I'm totally open.
I guess not. Yeah. So I guess if anything, I would just want it. So it's kind of, so it's, what's the deal with Scientology being so against psychotherapy?
Well, that's interesting because I think that was one of the first controlled oppositions that was engineered by they've been doing this for thousands of years, but they put a controlled opposition in place where they were going to do the carrot and the stick. And the stick was psychiatry when you got, your eyes gouged, your brain gouged out with an ice pick. They actually were doing that up until a couple decades ago. Barbaric practices of brain damaging or electroshock. And Hubbard was exposed to that. I don't know how deep we want to go into that, but Hubbard was exposed to that, and he served they actually let him intern in St. Elizabeth Mental Hospital, which is how we know for sure he was a deep state agent, because that is a high security institution. And he used to brag about how he interned and learned how to deal with psychotics at St. Elizabeth. And those were the years preceding his writing of Dianetics. And so I think they handed him a task, and they basically said, it's like the opening to Braveheart, where the king calls all the leaders of the Scottish rebels and into one room, and then locks the room and gets them all hanged with his men. And that's how the movie Braveheart starts. Well, imagine, the king being the deep state, and they look out at all these people that are rebels that have left the Catholic Church, right? All these people that won't go into modernized medicine, the masculinized, or that's not a good word. What is it? How women used to be the healers, and 150 years ago, that the Catholic Church took over healthcare and appointed doctors as the authorities. So now, those two groups have always been there for the elites to kind of shepherd or watch over the people, right? So what do we do with the rebels that won't go to the doctor and that won't go to the Catholic Church? We're going to form a new religion, and it's going to be based on some things that actually kind of work, Then we can watch all these people under one tent, right? So I think that's one part of it. The other part of it is, over here, we're going to throw people in mental hospitals, and it was their political tool. If someone got out of line, they even did that to the Kennedys. One of the Kennedy girls got electroshocked in an institution, and psychiatrists were used to control some of the families that were a little off the rails. Some of those families that weren't on the same page with the ruling families. So Hubbard was going to be the one who gathered the rebels with the good stuff, the goodies. And, you can only get the goodies, even from the very beginning, if you came in and you listened to Hubbard lectures and joined staff or joined his cult or paid thousands of dollars for the auditing. So they had the Scientology group, and the Scientology group was anti-psychiatry. Okay, it was like no drugs, no shock. So you got to do the talk therapy in its pure form in Scientology. So that's basically how that went. And so psychiatry became the enemy, right? So now I'm a little more awake and aware of how the world works. I still think about 1/3 to 2/3 of psychiatrists are pretty evil people. They get in there, they're controlling type people. And they get in there so they can lord it over people, or so they can drug them to the gills or shock them. They're sadistic people. So, but then there's good guys. There's lots of good guys in psychiatry. So I'm no longer in that, polarized opposition. I judge a you do drug-free psychiatry, then you're okay. It's like, I don't have any argument with what you're doing. And as I got out of the United States, I found that in foreign countries, the majority of psychiatrists are non-drug and non-intervention, and almost all psychologists too. But in the United States, they've really polarized that things where even the psychologists are writing prescriptions, and they're always telling you what to think and very authoritarian. So outside of the United States, it's a little different. A Scientology auditor is not allowed to be authoritarian. There's an irony there. It's an authoritarian cult, but inside the auditing room, they're supposed to just listen to you and let you be and let you, give all the power that they can, and they do. Good auditors are good auditors. They're really good people inside the cult still, doing the auditing, although they found ways of mistraining them more and more. So the whole thing has been steered way off course. I would not recommend anyone going in.
So guys,
so it's more that they're against the drug part of the psychotherapy.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I guess that makes sense.
they demonized pretty much the whole profession. It's kind of like they're all bad kind of a thing. It's a polarized view inside the cult. But once you get out, you realize, and the irony is, one of the co-founders of Citizens Commission on Human Rights was the Church of Scientology. The other one was a psychiatrist named Thomas Saz. And if you have not got into Thomas Saz's works, he's a total anarchist, although he wrote under the back then, anarchist was like, it still is, right? But it's like his title was libertarian. But when you read his works, it's complete anarchy. It's complete. Psychiatrists have no right to pull
peak libertarian.
And he was anti, grab and commit, people, that kind of thing. He was total patient's rights. So the irony is that we had a psychiatrist as a co-founder of Citizens Commission of Human Rights. So I did a lot of good things with that group when I was in the church. Advocacy for people who were taken by the cops and dumped in a psych ward and then drugged forcibly against their will. So we actually got some rules changed and some legislation passed working in that group.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So guys,
the state has always used psychiatry as their, the fist inside the velvet glove, bring out the fist and nail you if you get out of line and you're supposed to be in the, you're supposed to be our politician. Well, they either get the person or a family member and do their psychiatry.
Yeah, how dare you think differently, and if you think differently, they're, you know what I mean? Yep, you're not wrong. They'll use that as a hammer, so to speak. So we have a bunch of beta males that have become your fan, Jeffrey. I'm not sure, but they are commenting galore in the comments. And I just wanted to tell them all that I'm going to eat twice as many pickles and I'm going to eat twice as much long end. Here's the long end I was talking about if you want to check it out.
Ooh, they look like grapes.
Dude, they're fucking amazing.
Oh, they're like lychee?
They're really similar to lychee. I don't know who said that, but they're absolutely right. It's in the same family.
Yep.
It's just juicy. It's tasty. It's got a big seed in the middle that you eat around, just like a lychee. Just some juicy fucking goodness. And I'm going to eat twice as much of that juicy goodness just to teach you meat tards a lesson. So
yeah, I'm going to eat 2 bricks of tofu tonight too. I'm going to engorge myself with tofu to get back at you guys for blowing up my chat. We're attracting trolls, so I guess we're doing something right.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, Alicia.
Does Scientology get into subconscious work versus conscious in terms of psychotherapy?
Yeah, they call the subconscious mind the reactive mind. And so if you have moments of unconsciousness, literal unconsciousness, they're trying to address the traumas and work to what actually happened during the trauma.
Yeah.
And pass through it a number of times until it's quote unquote erased or at least alleviated and no longer is acting against you unconsciously. Yeah, that's the essence of Dianetics. Yeah.
That sounds like primal therapy.
That's a related kind of a spin-off of Dianetics, yeah. Primal Scream?
Yeah. Have you read that book?
No, I haven't read the book, but I have heard that that's a spin-off of Dianetics.
Allie read it. It was pretty interesting. Like really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
And my grandma went to that whole, what's his name? Bhagwan. She was a part of that whole thing up in Portland. Bhagwan. What was that? Bhagwan. There was a Netflix show about it called Wild Wild Country,
Was that the
But yeah.
Rajneesh cult?
Yeah, Rajneesh, that's him. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we watched that. We watched the Netflix documentary, and it was like, wow, wow.
My grandma went to that.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Okay.
like my mom, I was talking to my mom and I just told her about it, and she was like, "Oh, you mean the people that dressed in like red or purple or whatever?" And she's like, "Yeah, you know your grandma went to that place several times, right?" And I was like, "What?" My grandma was really into meditation and stuff like that. So it was pretty funny. But yeah, what a trip.
Yeah.
Is that a Jerome Baker?
What's that?
Is that a Jerome Baker?
What's that?
Oh no.
Okay.
The glass.
Oh. No, it's just some
Something
vintage
cheaper.
piece. Yeah.
It looks nice.
Okay, so let's watch this video then.
Yeah.
Boom.
Thanks. Anybody else? Hey, come on up.
Is that Carmen?
Yeah.
Hey, man. Scott. Everybody give Scott a round of applause. How you doing, bro? Not bad.
Thank you.
Come on.
It's been a very busy year for me, getting ready to release some upcoming things that have to do with anarchy and the freedom, truth, and justice movements.
Can you turn it up at all?
I've been able to, one of the things that I think I can offer the movement has to do with inner work. And you've probably heard people like Mark Passio and some other guys, Michael Tsarian, really
You might turn
emphasize
on
how
closed
badly this is
captions
needed.
too. That might
And
help.
We have what's called the outer work, and that's what we're doing here. And we also have what's called the inner work. And if we don't keep those two things in balance, then we may reach a little bit of a limit in how effective we are or how much we can reach without doing that inner work and getting past our ego differences and things like that, which lead to division in the movement and things like that. So there's a lot of things I could talk about in my 3 minutes, but I thought I would share some interesting background because my personal contribution to the inner work has to do with something you've probably heard of, Dianetics and Scientology. I was in the cult for 16 years. And I'm a trained intelligence agent. I had the full training in Scientology, how intelligence works. I look out across the world and I see that it's working. And I know the methods that they use. And I have been a whistleblower about those methods for a long time. And it's a good thing, but I'm moving on because what's needed even more is this, what it is that entices people into Scientology. You've probably seen the Leah Remini show and things like that, and people get in that and mortgage their house and spend their life savings and sign away the rest of their life. Why do they do that? And they're very intelligent people too. I'm going to tell you why in just a few, one sentence or less. There's an effective therapy there, an effective inner work. And I'm going to give you a little bit of history as to why you have never heard about that inner work unless you've gotten involved in some way in this. Around 1880, a man, a psychiatrist named Joseph Breuer, a German psychiatrist, stumbled across he was trying to help a woman who was a little neurotic, maybe almost psychotic, and she had a huge problem, and he could tell it was psychosomatic. So he did a number of things, and he stumbled on the fact that you can get a person to close their eyes and relive an experience, and it's really that simple. That's Dianetics in a nutshell. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is 1880, okay? His student was Sigmund Freud. And you probably know that Sigmund Freud took Breuer's discovery and just butchered it. He was a cocaine addict. Some say he was a pedophile, and there's plenty of, I'm not just passing along a rumor, I've looked into it. He was a very creepy man, and he was also connected to the Tavistock Institute, okay? Now, the Tavistock Institute already had psychiatry with electric shock and dangerous drugs, psychoactive drugs, that were being used to keep populations under control, because all you had to do is go into a family and take away one of the members and say, you're next if you keep talking. So that has been a control arm of the state for a long time. Well, Tavistock had an interesting idea, knowing that they play with two sides against each other, which we know as the controlled opposition. And so they wanted to introduce these effective techniques that were actually being used on soldiers. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I stumbled accidentally on a documentary where they were showing, it was an army movie, World War II, and these men had been traumatized. They had PTSD to the extent that they could not function. And they were getting Breuer trauma therapy, which we now know is Dianetics, or in the modern day, they're actually using it again in the psychiatry field. It's called traumatic incident reduction. I'll finish up pretty quick because I know my time's running out, but one of the students of Sigmund Freud, we're getting into Scientology now, was Commander Snake Thompson, and he was a U.S. naval intelligence officer who had done some work in Japan, in China, for the Navy. And if you've ever researched into naval intelligence, you know that it's the top. Naval intelligence has been how the British nobility has coordinated intelligence across different nations through the military, and the Navy is all over the planet. So you can see why the Navy is used to infiltrate various countries and to get information about countries and to pull off things like the opium dens in China and keep subjugating an entire nation by getting them addicted to drugs. Well, one young man named L. Ron Hubbard at the age of 12 went on a voyage with Commander Thompson, who was a student of Sigmund Freud, who taught him all about the mind and recruited him into a lifelong career of intelligence. At some point around World War II, having gotten the paperclip scientists imported from Europe into the United States, and having the Tavistock plan of psychiatry plus a controlled opposition, they found the perfect match in L. Ron Hubbard. He was a brilliant intelligence agent, number one, and had already pulled off some amazing feats in World War II. And number two, he was extremely interested in the mind. So they had a perfect match. So they gave him, and I'm speaking a little speculatively now because all of these things are hard to document, but I'm going to give you a website by the end of this if you're interested in more documentation. A very good researcher that's uncovering these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tell you. This research went into, from wherever it came, some of it World War II, some of it Tavistock, and some of it Freud and Breuer, was passed on to L. Ron Hubbard, and he wrote Dianetics in 1950, right after World War II, right as the CIA was revving up its operations. And by 1954, the CIA had 2 or 3 cults in operation, and Scientology was one of them. So I'm going to give you wrap things up. I just thought that would be a very interesting introduction to this subject, because by doing what they did, they sequestered an effective trauma therapy technology from humanity. If you want that trauma therapy technology, up until recently, you had to join a cult. You had to join a religion. You had to profess a religion. And that's exactly what I'm doing with my project, Free Scientology, is to try to separate that from the cult, from the religion, and create an effective trauma therapy and philosophy-based therapy, which is Scientology. They're different, but they're similar. They're both done in a session with a therapist, but one of them, Dianetics, is simply closing your eyes and reliving a trauma until that trauma is erased. And Scientology is basically looking at different areas of the mind, like problems or guilt or various specific areas, and going over those and getting a release that's similar to the release that you would get from trauma, only it's very extremely helpful in raising IQ and raising your analytical awareness. So I'm going to wrap things up. I apologize for going over time. The website for those who want to get into the history of this, mikemclowry.wordpress.com. Highly censored on Facebook. I just got off a seven-day ban for slipping one of these through by breaking up the address. McLaury is spelled McClaughry, and it's mikemclowry.wordpress.com. That's the basic history, way more than what I've given you in just the 3-minute. And my own website, which has links to my materials, freescientology.us. Now, just to wrap up, I just wanted to say that I'm going to be working on networking with people who are interested in doing the inner work. And I have no particular, in other words, I'm not a missionary for Scientology or Dianetics. I know that it's not for everyone, even if it is stripped of the religious context. There are other similar therapies that are very helpful. EFT, emotional freedom technique, is one. Mindfulness, which takes the positive elements of Buddhism and has you meditate on getting through these traumas through mindfulness, and several others that I'm looking into. So thanks very much for listening, and take care.
That's interesting. Do you know anything about the Esalen Institute?
Yeah, just from general study. There was never any connection to Scientology, but you know, it was one of those in the 60s. Lots and lots of cutting edge academics that wanted to, like Timothy Leary with his LSD and other therapies, were kind of hatched there. It was sort of like a Tavistock on the West Coast, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Last week we watched a video by this researcher who passed away named Matthew North. He was a very young kid. You should watch the video. I'll send you the link. But he basically starts at Joe Rogan and goes down the entire, just everyone all the way back to Esalen. She could probably explain it a lot better than I can, because she's a little bit more into the psychology stuff than I am. But it was pretty interesting. I mean, it's weird, and it makes sense that there would be like, there was like a KGB element there that was pretty wild. And it's just like, how is this stuff going down? And how is this, basically mainstream news and mainstream TV, mainstream knowledge all came from this group that was just hanging out naked in hot springs in Big Sur. It's like really weird.
Right.
But
right.
And then the more like these books she reads, and we get into what's the Anton Prometheus Rising. They all have connections. Prometheus Rising and Primal Scream even had some connection, I think. But it's funny because a lot of this stuff sounds like that Primal Scream stuff, where it's like that therapy of just reliving something over and over again to lessen the trauma. I know a lot of like the PTSD guys in the military, they play these video games where they kind of go over, it's like a therapy that the PTSD guys go to, and they relive like the day, they're playing a video game, but they go over the same scenario over again, or getting blown up or something like that. And somehow that helps. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It's all interesting how it's all connected, and then the CIA is all up in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were very good at firewalling these organizations from each other when they wanted to. I mean, sometimes, the leaders of Scientology would go to these conventions, but they wanted to be mainstream, and they won their IRS recognition and everything like that. So that was, I guess, the goal. They wanted to distance themselves from any of these other CIA cults so that nobody ever suspected there was any connection. But yeah, it's like the puppeteer had his marionette strings in various firewalled rooms, running the whole show.
Yeah. Pretty interesting stuff. We'll have to look in. So what, is there any readings that you like, is there anything we should look into, or should we not?
Yeah, my websites, what I did is I've got a lot of websites, but what I did is I made a kind of a central hub. So freescientology.us, when you go there to the home page, you'll get to click on a lot of different websites. I have one I actually had one for called Lockdown Remedy. So, for you to journal by yourself, your own thoughts and stuff about the lockdown, and kind of alleviate and bring out. Sometimes, a good therapy doesn't always make you feel better. Sometimes a good therapy brings you out of apathy and up into righteous anger. Okay. So that's what I was kind of hoping for with my lockdown remedy .tech, I think, TECH. Some of my sites are like that. Anyway, the site will be there on my homepage of freescientology.us. And it's minimal reading and maximal, processes listed out for you to journal on your own. It's better to do it with somebody else that knows what they're doing, another auditor, but most people can't afford to, or don't have anyone close by. So I've purposely tried to make this so that I always knew it worked on yourself. Doesn't work as fast, but it's still, you can do this therapy with yourself. Just get out a journal and kind of formalize this session. Don't just, when you feel like it, go over and jot down something in the book. Actually, make a time for yourself, an hour or so in the morning or whatever, meditation time, and actually go through the questions on, various questions on the pages. I'm continually adding and updating and innovating. And so a lot of good things. I recently did a Facebook post that I think is the first of its kind, a list of questions that you can ask somebody who's just been through a trauma. Like, for example, the people who responded to the hurricanes and things like that and got wiped out. Because I've come across, back in the Oklahoma tornado in 1999, we went up there from the church as Church of Scientology volunteer ministers, and it was really humbling. Usually Scientologists are pretty cocky, right? It's like, wow, these people lost everything. And so that was a pretty humbling experience for me, and it had a big effect on me. I saw people with just literally nothing left. And there was a minimal loss of life back in those days. The weathermen did their job and knew what they were doing, and there wasn't as much directed energy, stuff going on. But and that could have been one of them. That could have been an early pilot. But definitely the weathermen at that time in Oklahoma City, saved a lot of lives. And it was like amazing that the tornado just cut the town down all the way through diagonally, huge city. And I think the loss of life was like less than 2 dozen. So anyway,
so
I just I have been piloting for a long time a trauma technique that somebody could do out there in the field. You know, just get someone to sit down and close their eyes and relive the height of the trauma, which I call the moment of shock, or the moment of impact, or the moment of severe distress. And you just review that and de-stimulate that shock, moment of shock. And I think it's new. I don't think it's been done ever before, as far as I know. So,
because people usually will stuff it away. They don't want to relive it. You know, like they bury it and try and forget it.
And a lot of them will want to talk about it within the first day or two. There's a process of stuffing away. And if you can get to a trauma victim quickly, they are more than happy to talk about it and relive it, because they're already reliving it and it's going nowhere. It's just spinning in their mind. They need to get it out. So this could be a very good help for people in that work. And you can do it on, let's say, for example, you fell down and let's say you grabbed a wall outlet and got electric shocked when you were 4 years old, and you remember all you remember is like, wow, that threw me across the room. You could actually take that, and if you wanted to, on your own, kind of answer those questions one by one. And it's designed to bring you from the bottom, where you're completely buried by the force of the shock, and up into what you were actually thinking, and recalling what you were actually thinking at that moment. And once you get up into that range, it begins to dissipate and alleviate to some degree. So I work with that a lot, because I got myself quickly free from the cult and the cult mentality almost as soon as I figured out what was going on, all the way back in 2009, and started auditing myself and started seeing, wow, this should be done on your own. You know, it shouldn't be sequestered in this church. And I was still a Scientologist in good standing, but I knew that management was corrupt, and I was starting to question, was it right for L. Ron Hubbard to just kind of withhold all this stuff and make silly rules about how you couldn't do it outside the church, or how it wouldn't work if you even tried? And so I started doing more and more experimenting on it, and found, wow, there is something here, and it can be done on your own, and it can be done less formally. The more formal you do it, the better, because the formality is a structure. You're already going to relive something extremely chaotic, and so you want the maximum structure supporting you. So you want an auditor to start the session with a good, firm, this is the session, and it's your time, and you can focus and look at something, and then say end of session. You want those kind of things that sound, like a little too rigid, but it's actually the platform from which you can stand on to look at and recover these memories. So I've been through that, the pendulum swing of, do we have to follow all these rules? And yeah, some of these rules are there for a reason. It's sort of like when you realize that that the moral codes in the churches, like, do we have to follow all these laws or rules or the 10 Commandments? No, some of them are not necessarily in alignment with natural law, and you swing the other direction, and you mess up, and there is, it's not no rules, but it's rules that make sense, is what you're trying to get at. That's anarchy, enlightened anarchy. That's what that is recognizing that you can't just do anything you want. You can, but there are consequences, right? So it's like, that's the kind of thing that I went through coming out of Scientology. So I've been in many cults, U.S. Marines, fundamentalist Christianity growing up, Scientology, and now I see the common denominators, how they're made, and I'm glad to be free from them. And a lot of the applying the Scientology therapy on my own to myself was how I kind of cracked myself out of the cult, out of its clutches and out of its thinking. I'm not saying it 100%. Every now and then I look at something and go, really, I believe that? Nah, not anymore. So it's like it's a process, but I relate a lot to Mark Passio's story, where you have this dark, dark night of the soul kind of experience and a lot of misery. I went through that when I lost everything I had in Costa Rica. But when you come out of that, when you rebuild, you reevaluate your beliefs and you go, authoritarian cult. No, never again. And so I've been very careful to lay out my material so it has none of that in it or around it.
Yeah. Wow, that's really interesting. I hate to change the subject, but we were watching a little short earlier about it was a lady who Jung had triggered this lady, and she was talking about, in hindsight, how mad she got, but then one day she realized it was true. And so I was wondering, what do you think about petty tyranny and, that kind of stuff? Forced shadow work.
Interesting. I did see your video on petty tyranny. I watched it a couple days ago. I thought it was pretty good. It's a tough question for me because I got to be honest. I'm a school teacher. I'm really sensitized to young students. I was raised in a very sheltered Christian environment. So I'm also blue collar. I spent the first 6 or 7 years working my way through school. I was still going to the university, but I was a framing carpenter in the field. And I did a little bit of work in the air conditioning business, rebuilding compressors for about a year. So I have a lot of experiences with blue collar people and with, my streetwise spirituality is in, but I have to admit, that's not really where I hang or has spent a lot of time. I eventually got my degree because I had a daughter. I needed to get a better paying job and a job that had better hours so that I could spend my maximum time in Scientology. So I had to pay child support. So I became a school teacher, and I'm glad I did. So I'm not into the rough method, to answer your question. I respect Mark and your method, and I respect Mark's. He says I'm not doing it the easy way. I'm not making it easy for you. And so he says, that's your job if it applies. And so I have to say, I'm one of those, it's like when I present natural law or veganism or this inner work stuff that I'm working on, it's always in the most friendly, soft, get somebody interested in a friendly way. I have been part of interventions on both sides. I know interventions need to happen sometimes. And it's been quite a while. So, and, being a teacher and being also not just elementary kids, but all the way also a substitute, having to teach older kids, I've had to participate in some type of intervention, in order to bring order back in to the situation. So it's like, what can I say? I don't.
You gotta have a balance, right?
Yeah, and I'm sort of like balancing out other people who do that on a kind of a full-time basis, right? It's like
yeah. No, you even balanced me out a little bit.
Well, thanks.
Our
and
first
so-
interaction, you were very reasonable. You know, you were like, "This is a bit much. Try something out a little bit." You know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
you pushed my
respected that.
buttons
That
a
was
little bit, and
reasonable.
you know, I'm really like a school teacher, and for a while I had trouble letting posts through that had bad words in them. I'm going, what am I doing? It's like, of course, if it's a really nasty post, it's like, no, it doesn't make natural law look good. But if somebody wants to express themselves with a 4-letter word, that's fine. But you know, as a school teacher, it really pushes my button. However, what was I going to say? I lost it.
I think it's absolutely necessary. We need to bust these betas down.
Oh yeah, what I was going to say. There's another reason. I was a vegetarian in the middle of Texas. I had 0 vegetarian friends. I had some that were vegetarian friendly. They had been vegetarian and they failed, so they were sympathetic. But you know, I didn't know anyone. It wasn't until
Let me ask you a question, right?
it wasn't my first 24 years of being a vegetarian. I was a lone wolf. I was like, even my partners would be like, you know, they were eating meat and they would bend a little bit my direction. But, you know, I didn't have a vegetarian spouse or girlfriend until 2015 and after. So I'm not used to getting in people's faces about veganism. And I also have to admit, that's when I finally looked into becoming a vegan myself. So I'm not used to like getting in these fights with the meat eaters, but I'm thinking that would be fun to do. So
It does get fun sometimes. It does get very fun sometimes.
Speaking of,
but you know, at a certain point, it doesn't. You know, at a certain point, it does. It's not.
It's
work.
not productive.
It's not really doing anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
There definitely needs to be a balance.
Yeah, it'd be wonderful to play good cop, bad cop. And my wife is a lot more hardline. So bless her.
Hell yeah.
You know, I get to be the good cop and she gets to be the bad cop with our little circle.
Yeah, I grew up in the 90s and we were super militant back then. And it's just it's kind of like you're used to taking the nice approach. And my grandma was a teacher for 40 years, and she was the queen of the nice approach. And my mom was the opposite, so it was kind of fun to see to be able to experience both sides. But I was very much caught up in the very militant vegan stuff growing up. I was a militant animal rights activist. And so that's kind of like my default. Where your default is to be nice, my default is to be a bit critical, because we're very critical of our friends then, especially our friends, because they knew the truth. And so if you're ignorant, it's like, okay, well, you're just a dumbass. But if you know the truth and you turn against it, then it's like, ooh, like that's a big deal. So we used to take it.
People that can no longer claim nescience. Right?
Yeah.
We can no longer have the claim to nescience.
Yeah. Because that's an excuse to a certain point. But after we have the conversation, it's not an excuse anymore. There's a lot of nescient, there's a lot of ignorant people in the world that do know the truth or just deny the truth. But wow, interesting.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Piggybacking off what you were just saying there, where some people know it but are denying it, but then others outright have personality disorders, probably based off of, in some part, the trauma of earlier times. How have you found, Scott, this work in dealing with people with personality disorders, whether or not it's narcissism, sociopathy, sociopath, plus? Can they do shadow work? Can they cut to the core of it?
That's interesting, because L. Ron Hubbard himself is a narcissist and a bit of a sociopath. Not completely. He really enjoyed helping others, but he was not letting on to his followers what he was doing, for the government or for the deep state. So interestingly enough, he was trying to solve his own case, and that's why he wrote so voraciously. I mean, he's like in the Guinness Book of World Records for the top writer as far as quantity, right? And some of it is quality. He's a good writer, and that's why he ropes a lot of people in. They read his books and they get interested. Interestingly enough, I've always been really fascinated with understanding evil and what motivates people to do wrong and to do evil. So all the way back to like around 2004, when I was still in Costa Rica and still in the cult, I was beginning to open the encyclopedia books of the technology and study for how I could help people who were psychotic, had psychotic breaks, and I've actually handled a few people who had psychotic breaks. I've also audited a few people who outside of session, so I get to say, and of course I'm not using their name anyway, admitted to me that they were sociopath, two different ones. And I knew that I was auditing somebody in that condition. Oddly enough, I got this guy stable enough to be, to have a stable relationship, with a Christian woman. He didn't want her to know he was smoking pot or doing Scientology or anything like that. But he wanted to have a normal, nice life after being a bad boy for so many years. And he was a manager, and he was a very, very aggressive manager. I could easily.
That's my story. I like that.
He told me he was a sociopath. And I have seen that the inner work, they usually don't want to do it, but the ones that do, there is hope for them. And so I have never turned anyone away for that reason. I've sometimes had to say no to people who couldn't get off strong psychiatric medications, but they eventually did, and I eventually accepted them. Those are the only ones that just because in order to under the influence of drugs, you're not going to change. You can crack into some things that you wouldn't otherwise, but there's going to be no change. So back to your question, though, I was always fascinated with that, and the answer is yes. I found some really good tools and techniques, and as well, I'm working on that as well. So that's one of my side projects. Is I'm always have in mind, how am I going to help the one that no one else considers can be helped? I
don't think you're right about that, bud. I mean, to an extent, but I think people can change under the influence of drugs. If they couldn't, look at everybody eating cooked food.
Entheogens, actually, yeah.
I mean, it
and
inhibits
marijuana
the
to some
ability
degree,
to
because marijuana alleviates trauma and breaks up programming. But
that's a drug.
It also, for people who are trying to improve themselves, it also becomes an impediment. I'm not saying that you can't make any progress. Yeah, there are some drugs that will.
Could you be also?
I agree. It limits their ability.
Yeah,
you might be referring to antidepressants, but I don't know, like that where it's numbing access to
psychotics, antidepressants, chemical in the pill kind of drugs. And even things like Tylenol, people have to kind of get off Tylenol for at least a week for the therapy to progress.
Have you ever read the medical studies on that shit? It does fucking permanent brain damage. Some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
I won't touch that shit or ibuprofen. But I mean, if I were to touch either of them, I'd choose the ibuprofen. That'll fuck up your liver, not your fucking computer, you know?
Right.
So just so I'm capturing this as a takeaway, if they're under the influence of antidepressants, etc., antipsychotics, whatever that is, which might numb or suppress certain parts of the brain, it's difficult because they can't even access their subconscious, which is where the trauma lays, right? Perhaps do the work. But other like psilocybin, etc., which help people release those deep, that might be a different level or a different type of drug, which is known to assist. I'm seeing both sides here.
I had to open my mind coming out of Scientology because it's completely drug-free and very, very much frowned on the hallucinogens. However, I had a hallucinogen experience when I was 19. I was lots of LSD for a while. And so I know that it helped me in certain avenues and held me back in others, right? So I realized though it's great for things like alcoholism or addiction, for breaking that. So I'm open-minded now, and I think you're right. I think the entheogens like the mushrooms and the ayahuasca are good solutions for those people who are very entrenched. The other thing is, if I were to audit or work with somebody who is willing to do that and couldn't access their trauma, that's where I would turn to the Scientology processes, because they're lighter and they're indirect. And so it's almost a mind trick where you're talking about something over here and something over here starts, some of the trauma starts to alleviate over here. So, and, Scientology gets its fair, share of hecklers and
auditors.
That are skeptical, because when you look at the process, it doesn't seem that they're going to go where they go. And I'll give you an example of a typical process. How have you been helped? How could you help another? We go back and forth on the same question for a long time. Now that one's a little more obvious because you realize you're going to have some realizations about help. But what if you're doing control? What is that going to do? Actually what it's going to do is going to make you look at that subject of control, and a lot of your subconscious, what we call engramic material or unconscious material of trauma, is completely centered around control, because that was the time you were most out of control as a being, and you were overwhelmed, either an auto accident or a fight where you got kicked, something like that, or beaten up. So those are moments where you completely lost control. And so when you rehabilitate control, it's not, being a control freak. It's about becoming analytical about control instead of unconscious about it. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes there are indirect approaches that can actually drill down and get into and alleviate some of the mass that stacks up for these people that are really heavy cases.
From what I understand, it's also suggested that at the point of trauma, you literally go into an altered state of consciousness.
Right.
So, right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And so you don't record it in the same place of the mind.
Right.
And so to access those recordings, you've got to travel in a different direction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that those purists make a difference? Scientologists, they do these things called purists, where they run on a treadmill and they take a lot of
niacin,
minerals,
vitamins,
niacin,
yeah,
CalMag.
And they go in, calcium, magnesium drink, and they go in and they sweat. It's like the Indian sweat lodge. And sweat lodge has been a tradition for a long time in Scandinavia and in Native American cultures. And they found, alternative practitioners have found that it's a great detox. So what Hubbard did is he put together super vitamins. People argue whether they're even safe. I did the program twice. I made it really healthy. Of course, I was a vegetarian both times. I was already in a good state of health. I got a lot out of it, and I got something different out of it than I did fasting. I've done lots of heavy duty fasting. I forgot to mention that. That's how
don't trigger John Bob.
Vegetarian.
John Bob loves fasting.
Oh,
Well,
great.
I've been going nuts. He keeps saying that, and I'm wondering what kind of fasting. There's 100 different kinds. What kind of fast?
I'm a hard-nosed faster, so if it's not distilled water, it's not quite 100% fast to me. I have
Good
done
for
juice fasts,
you.
but most of my fasts have been distilled water fasts, maybe with a pinch of organic apple cider vinegar in the water, but that's it. And my very first fast was the lemon juice cleanse when my wife was pregnant, and I started on my vegetarian journey. That fast was a 27-day fast, and it was lemon juice with a little bit of spiked with a little bit of organic maple syrup, and that was it for 27 days. I was able to work because the lemon juice gave me enough energy to keep working. But
There's a name for that lemon juice maple syrup thing. God,
it's called
that's an old school one, isn't
there's
it?
a name for it.
Yeah,
It's
that's
called the Master Cleanse.
the Master Cleanse. That's what it is. I knew I remembered that shit. It's not really the Master Cleanse, though. If you want a true fucking cleanse, you're absolutely right. Water's the way to go because it triggers autophagy. Autophagy eats all the bad shit in the body. Dude, you could literally be fat, have cellulite, and it'll eat that bad skin and repair you as you shrink down. Now, if you're overweight and you lose 100 pounds, you're going to have all that extra loose skin. But if you do water, it'll suck in that skin. And oh, yeah, autophagy is cool. Really cool science. I love that shit.
How long do you guys do the water? How long would you say? You're saying, Scott, 27 days. And what have you done, John?
I've never done anywhere near that with water. I've done 10 days, but I have done 116 days on juice, followed by a 4-day water fast. And I'm sure I hit autophagy. I mean, the day I started water, because I was so clean and pure at that point from the juice. It's amazing. Fasting feels good. Absolutely. But I don't have the kind of control. I have serious addiction issues. I always have. So I respect 27 days on water. That's fucking impressive. That's rivaling Jesus himself.
Would you recommend that, Scott?
In my life, I've done 2 27-day water fasts. And the second time or the last time I did the 27-day, I worked at the same time. I didn't take off work. I don't know how I did it. It was hard. But I showed up for work and I taught school during that time. And I went to the Scientology job at night because I was like, in those days, I was working 6 in the morning to 12 at night, sometimes. So my very first fast, like I said, was the Master Cleanse. It was enough to make me able to just, going vegetarian was easy. And I recommend if people are going to go vegetarian or go vegan, do a fast, because when you come off the fast, everything tastes good, your body is clean, and it's the time where you can set a new set of habits and a new diet. Even I have a website, actually, and I forgot to mention it, and I'm sorry, I have so many websites, I don't have it memorized. I think it's less harm or less suffering or something like that. And it's an incomplete website, but I'm going to have different stages of doing less harm, which means you go all the way from cannibal to hardcore carnivore, up to meat eater, up to meat on Fridays. So Scientology is all about doing the right steps so it's easy to climb the ladder and go to a higher state. So I'm all about that. So I'm doing the same thing to diets on my website. I forgot to mention that. Sorry
cool.
But we're talking about fasting, and my first one was the Master Cleanse. It enabled me to get clean enough to go vegetarian and feel great and never look back, really. And then I did 2 other fasts. Once while I was in Scientology, I covertly fasted because you're not allowed to fast. So that time is the one where I did it for 27 days and didn't tell anybody and showed up for school and showed up for work. And sometimes I would have to go.
Ooh, you were being 1-1.
I was being sneaky. Yeah, 1-1 is sneaky.
I might better look out. I'll write a KR on you.
Yeah. Anyway, I've done shorter fasts like 12-day or 7-day or 3-day, lots of those in between. Now it's pretty difficult. I'm 60 years old, and this is springtime down here in Argentina. You guys are going into the fall, and it's time for me to do my fast. And so I do one around Halloween. I'm always fasting on Halloween now. So I'm going to do not like if I can get away with it 12 days, but try to do at least 7 days. And I do it once a year now. It's harder to get through a fast at this age, but I'm glad I did the fast before because, you know, that put me in a much higher state of health, and I've enjoyed that for a long time.
I'd also like to point out when you go vegan and you're eating fucking dead animals and weird shit, another great reason to do the fast. When you're eating fucking corpses, it attracts parasites. That's a dead, rotting fucking cadaver inside of you. I got rid of over 5 different types of fucking, well, not over, specifically 5 different types of parasites during my 120-day cleanse. You know, I mean, that's crazy seeing that kind of weird shit coming out of you 115 days in, you're still like getting rid of solids and shit. It's crazy, but it's worth the work. It's worth the effort. I mean, if you want to think clearly, they have done the studies. They've proven that parasites affect your thought pattern. I mean, I don't know if I ever met myself until that point. Now I think entirely differently. And I'm a lot more fucking mean, dude. I am not the passive motherfucker I was. I'll tell you that. Fucking, I assume that doing shit like this makes us more like our forefathers, where they were willing to go to war over like 2% taxes, you know?
There's all these case studies that like parasites, when people do parasite cleanses, a lot of homosexuals turn heterosexual again.
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, honestly, like, you know, I'm not trying to talk down on anybody, but it changes your thought patterns.
Yeah.
Steve's such a 4chaner. Your mic's, your mic's a little funny, Steve. It's buzzing a little bit. You might want to re-plug it in.
Steve, if you got studies on that, if you want to send them to me, I'd be interested in reading about that.
Yeah,
I like reading studies.
Oh, yeah. Well, these are, if you think about it, these are organisms in your body. They generate electromagnetic fields, which influences your thoughts and particularly your emotions and cravings. So the reason that people crave sugar and meat is those parasites are dying to eat that stuff. They need it. So they secrete those signals. And if there's enough of them, that electromagnetic field is strong enough to almost overpower yours, you know? So you
Toxoplasmosis is pretty weird
in
too.
order to clean up your thoughts.
Toxoplasmosis is a parasite, isn't it? I believe that's one.
Yeah, they've done autopsies on people that were like sport bike riders and shit, and they found them just full of toxoplasmosis, and it takes away your inhibition goes away basically. Like you aren't scared of anything. Adrenaline seeking, yeah, like adrenaline seeking stuff. Like it's really weird. So Scott, what do you think about the whole transition from going from carnist to vegan? There's a lot of talk about harm being done to the body, which I didn't have any problem going vegan, and most people I know didn't have any problem going vegan. But we hear a lot, like we had a guy on last show, and he's like, "Oh, I'm giving myself 5 years to go vegan," and it's like, what? Where'd you hear that from? And I know where he heard it from, but it's just something that has come up a lot. That there's this harm that's done to the body when transitioning.
Well, here's what I have to say on that, because I've thought about that for a long time, and I've experienced, you know, I know that my transition was made easy by fasting at a young age. I don't know if, you know, the older you get, the harder it is to change that habit. Here's factually what's happening. When you eat a dead animal, you are stealing energy from another being. That's basically what meat eating is. You are robbing, stealing energy that's not yours from another being. And it comes with side effects and consequences. And we all know that. We know the heart disease, the cancers, and the parasites, and all kinds of other things that come along with it. So that said, that creates a dependency and a condition in the body that doesn't, I mean, unless you're young, and a teenager can probably go vegan overnight, and a lot of them do, because, you know, they're young and they get idealistic. They see the film about how animals are harmed, and they do it. And that's why we have so many vegans up and coming. Older people's a little more difficult, and I think those guys are right to stand on a little bit of protest as to not going too fast. 5 years is way too much. And what I would advise people like that is do some fasting. And the way Mark Passio says, he says you should not try going vegan without juicing, or even vegetarian without juicing, because you need that concentrated nutrition to purge the body and to fill its needs, because your body is out of balance having eaten meat. It's become dependent. Its digestive system is different. And when you try to change, you're going to have deficiencies, just like meat eaters have deficiencies already, and sometimes vegans do. I call them the donut vegans, the ones who think they can eat donuts, chips, and whatever, and don't have to go organic. And, you know, you're going to get flooded with glyphosate. Your intestines are now not shielded from some of the damage, because the meat in your intestines, it's gross. It stays in there forever. But
yeah, it's incredibly hard to get out.
Animals have glyphosate too, but in your intestines, the environment there, you're going to become more sensitive to foods and not less. And so you're going to have to do some research and get a list of those foods, because I have had to change my diet recently, because as I got older, I finally became more sensitive to the things like peanuts and peanut butter, beans, tomato even, and to some degree, any bean product food. You know, I can, and to some degree, whole grains like whole wheat and even brown rice. So these have what we call lectins and irritants, and it doesn't mean you can't eat them. It just means you have to test and go through what foods are working for you. And once I have finally, you know, thanks to watching some of the medical seminars on this stuff and understanding why my intestines were starting to get irritated and I was starting to have some trouble. No nutritional deficiencies at all, but I was having some intestinal distress. When I cut back on those and started eating the foods that are, you know, like asparagus and pistachios that build up your gut and help you with your digestion, then it's smooth sailing. You know what you can and can't eat, and there's still a ton of options. It's not like vegans can only eat these few little things. No, and when the weather gets warm here, I just maximize the fruit I eat. I get up to about 50% fruit, and I just thrive. My energy is great, and yeah, my stomach complains a little at first because it wants that, you know, that feeling, that full feeling, and, you know, and I understand meat eaters get that heavily, you know, that the craving is just overwhelming. So what I say is you can't go blind into it unless you're really young and eat really healthy. You sort of have to learn what you need to watch out for. And it's a lot better than putting meat into your intestines, let me tell you, because you put meat into your intestines, it sits there for at least 30 days in your lower intestine. It's just acid for colon cancer to happen and other
Dude, I'm
cancers.
convinced you're wrong about that.
Parasites.
I'm convinced you're wrong about that. That shit don't sit there for 30 days. Dude, I was pushing out solids like 5-year-old. Like I was vegan for over 5 years prior to my 120-day fast. And I was pushing out old shit. And this shit stunk, man. It smelled the beat hell. That was a rotting fucking corpse inside of me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I guess what I meant was an average. And that's what Paul Bragg, he's the guy that does the books on fasting. He would say it sits there for 30 days. And I think, give or take, most of the meat does leave, but a lot of it gunks up and sits there. And like you said, you didn't get it out until you did vicious, fruit fast, aggressive fast, because fruit fasting is aggressive. It's like really heavy duty cleansing.
I was trying, man. So you bring up books about fasting. Have you read this book? You should check it out, man. Can I have the screen?
What's it called? It's too blurry.
It's the Esteemed Gospel of Peace. It's the original faster. It's Jesus, man. Kind of cool.
I saw that book when I stayed over at a friend's house who was vegan and a Scientologist, and he had either that book or something similar where Jesus was purging himself with natural enemas and fasting and all that. Yeah, the Essenes were really into, you raise your spirituality by getting rid of, the meat and stop eating the meat. Yeah.
Yeah, he taught people how to use a gourd to create a natural enema.
Yeah.
Fucking interesting.
That's
very
crazy.
Interesting.
This is interesting because if I may, so when you're working on shadow work with people, if they have a cleaner system, does it make it easier? Which is the cart before the horse? To have a cleaner system going into that, or you do the cognitive and subconscious work and then you have the purging afterwards? Does it matter? Have you ever seen a link?
It's got to start with fasting.
Yeah, there's
It's gotta
definitely
start
a
with
correct
fasting.
order there. And what Jeffrey was saying is they promote the purification rundown in the church, which is your sweat. You don't have to fast to get, I'll tell you, it works and it does purge a lot of things out of your body, and it gets sort of a different, because it's mostly out of the skin. So it's a different sort of detox, but that's the kind of detox that they require for you to do the professional levels of inner work. Now, what I do outside the church, because number one, it's not that feasible to get people to go out and do the sweat every day for a few hours. I know one guy who did, but on his own, because you can do that. But and I don't recommend diets. I leave that alone. I promote veganism when I get the chance, but it's like not a requirement. I just basically tell them to eat clean, good nutrition, and to try to detox as much as possible. And
But veganism,
the detox opens the road for you to progress spiritually much faster. So yeah, it works out way better when you detox.
It's cleaner. It's a template. I guess it's also a change of frequency, isn't it?
Yeah.
well, our body, our body is a reflection of our health. I mean, if our body's suffering, our mind is suffering, because our mental and physical health are one. So if you are not healthy, you gotta fast, because it's gonna open up those channels in your mind and allow you to think more clearly. It's gonna, I mean, you can do anything at any given point, but if you want the maximum rewards, you gotta start by cleaning your fucking temple and getting it, you know what I mean? Because then you're going to be more receptive, more open to learning new things and improving yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, one of the things is I didn't go vegetarian for the animals at first. In fact, I had a kind of an antipathy for dogs because I was raised on an Indian reservation, and the only dogs I ever met were vicious barkers on the other side of the fence. And I was afraid of dogs. I liked cats because they seemed kind of mellow and I liked to pet them. but I was really out of touch with animals and out of touch with life. So, and I'm 22 years old and just completely clogged up with toxins. So when I go on that first fast and come out of it, I didn't immediately think about animal welfare or anything like that, or that I consider that I was saving animals, but I started thinking about it. And over the years, and when people started pointing it out to me and I started hearing about animal rights and animal suffering, I started, because I had got that stuff out of my system, my empathy was much higher. And so now I could connect to animals for the first time. And it wasn't that long ago. And I had never been acclimatized to dogs until my wife here, when she had rescue dogs, and I made friends with them immediately because I now had a connection that I could feel empathy and sort of pick up the wavelength of what the dog was kind of feeling a little bit. You know, I'm not pretending to be psychic, but definitely tuned into those frequencies because I'm free of that animal material that's.
I'd like to talk about my observations of Mark Passio's.
Foreshadowing. Sorry. I know what's coming here. I'm going to mute myself.
It's pretty late here, so I got about another 20 minutes, just so you guys know. I'll have to check out. It's almost midnight here in Argentina.
Wow, that's really cool. Argentina's nice. I visited there when I was young. I sailed on a boat from Valparaiso, Chile to San Francisco when I was 16.
Wow.
And I flew into Argentina. I think are you Chilean or Argentinian?
Yeah,
She's Argentinian a little bit.
Wow.
Little tiny bit. Yeah. I believe they were white Argentinians, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
White South Americans, European South Americans.
Yeah, a lot of the population is European, and of course it's mixed more through the generations, but a lot of them came straight from Italy and Spain, most of the population.
Yeah, she's Greek too, but I think that's on the other side.
Okay.
The Spain. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Spanish Argentinians. So this is a funny video. This, you might get a kick out of. This is someone who's paid for Mark's course, right? This is a critique of Mark and Mark's course by someone who's paid for the course. And you might find it kind of funny.
Okay.
These people are vehement
Now, this is
anti-vegans, by
coming
the
from
way,
someone
too.
who is fairly new to his work. I've only been studying his work since 2022, but I would like to give my honest assessment so far. I have gone through every lecture and seminar that he has put out on YouTube. I have made attempts to listen to the beginning of his podcast and failed due to his poor audio quality. Now, it is clear that Mark Passio only puts out work for people who do not have any love in their life and has the time to listen to 3 to 9 hour lectures in one sitting.
Because there's no
I say
such thing
that
as a
very
pause
bold
button.
statement because he does not make his videos easily digestible for the average human being that does have
Fair
love
enough.
in their life that requires their attention.
Whoa.
Passio puts out work for people who are like him, bitter, depressed, and alone. People that have absolutely no love in their life and are looking for a reason to hate the world even more and get people to conform to their worldview of thinking that only creates more loneliness and bitterness. I have observed this through his How to Be the True Media course and watched his students spend every day and night on the group chat talking about all the knowledge that can only be understood by the select few who have studied this knowledge for years. Now,
Scott, does she sound like a teacher to you?
Is she a teacher?
No, but does she sound like a teacher? We think she is because she kind of talks like a teacher, or like a like a kind of an annoying teacher.
Very well could be. Yeah. Yeah.
Mark Passio's supposed goal is to free humanity from slavery. Yet, he does not make content that is for the public mind. He is stuck in his own reality, believing that putting out more of the same elongated, depressing content will bring more of the average mind to view his content.
That actually might
Unfortunately,
be
this
true. He really doesn't target the vast majority of the population. I agree with her on
He's
that.
attempted to, but he's doing a class. He does that class so people go do it for him, can learn to do the same thing and go teach people, about natural law. So for her to take the class and to be criticizing his work when he spends, it's like every Monday for like 26 Mondays doing this course, teaching people how to use a computer and how to broadcast and all kinds of shit. Like, it's kind of funny.
is not reality. The reality is people are addicted to short attention content and only respond to high vibrational energy.
Which takes shadow work to get over.
Mark's problem.
We've all been brainwashed by the powers that be to have a short attention span, and that's something we have to get over. So again,
is
it's
not
silly
that he
point.
expresses his anger, rage, and bitterness on camera. Mark's problem is that he only expresses his anger, rage, and bitterness on camera. The average person needs to feel that they can relate to you. This is the simple objective reality of how the average person's mind has been molded by the media and entertainment. So, he needs to stop fighting the
Yes.
truth of this reality. If he wants his important message to be broadcasted to the masses, he needs to meet his audience halfway. Or he does need to accept that he is wasting his time trying to reach them.
I wonder if
I
she
gotta
wrote this
say,
out.
I am learning so much
It
from
sounds
both
like she's
his
reading.
work and his
Yeah.
mistakes. I am
She wrote it
learning to
out.
retain the gold and leave the trash in his work. I'm glad
They
I'm
probably
taking his
got
true media
AI to write
course,
this.
but I would never take it again.
Seriously.
If someone else with a better attitude and personality would teach more courses like this, we would be in a much
That's
better position of
the point
teaching
of the
people how to
class.
become true content creators. It is a
You
true
should do your own
shame
class then.
that all that knowledge he has is wasted because of the low vibrations that he dwells in and expresses out into his work. It's funny. He says that he has done so much shadow work within himself. Yet, when he speaks, it shows that he is dwelling within the black pill mentality that he
Oh, the
advises
truth is belligerent,
against.
lady.
I am working on taking his work and transforming it to be broken down for the public mind.
Good.
We all
Okay,
just
that
keep
was the
speaking
point.
this
That's the whole
knowledge in a
point.
way that
What he wants you to
only
do.
the select few
It's
can
not a
process
waste
it.
of time what Mark is
We
doing
are
then. It's
only
not a waste of
speaking
time.
within our own echo chambers.
Yeah. Yep. So she is she missed something and she admitted she didn't get through all the podcasts.
Correct. Yeah.
She missed Mark's mission. Mark's mission is to teach the teachers. Right?
Yeah, but every time, sorry.
And he does have stuff for the public, and it's called the video. The video tab of his site is wonderful because it's got the audio visuals. He doesn't swear. He doesn't yell. He just gives you the data. There's no excuse.
There's plenty of nice Mark.
Because he has the videos.
Yeah. There's tons of videos of Mark being calm and nice. Like all his vegan videos, like his carnist videos, the carnism videos, what was it, episode 207 or whatever. He's very nice. All those, it's just the when he's being belligerent, that's the more exciting, so it gets more attention, and so that's what people she just assumes he's like that all the time, and it's like, that's my favorite part of him. So I disagree.
And he's only doing that on the podcast, and you're not supposed to be disseminating podcasts to people. That's not for the public. I mean, people do, and some of it's really good. They do clips, and I appreciate when they do, but the stuff for the public is supposed to be his video tab. And I'm guilty of that because I didn't figure that out until a few years ago. I thought, duh, Mark made all these videos for new people to assimilate the information, and he's preaching to the teachers in his podcast. And even as, like you said, all the way back to the vegan podcast, those were still pretty tame. You know, he didn't light the fires until later.
Yeah, it wasn't until the last 5 episodes that he really went crazy, you know, and those are my favorite. That's my favorite work of his. Of course, but that's just me.
This is
And
almost.
I counted only 1 or 2 times where I personally got like, oh, Mark, that hurt. That wasn't nice. And maybe it was because I took something a little too personally, but most of the time I can feel where the anger is directed. A lot of people can't discern that. They think, oh, he's talking to me. And he probably is. But you should be like, if you're interested in Mark's work and if you're interested in helping humanity, you should be getting up. I mean, I had that moment where I thought, yeah, Mark's right. Damn it. I need to get up and get going.
What we have with this couple, because it's a husband-wife couple who interchange on their posts, and on this one we know it's the wife talking, is they actually they put up questions which are answered by the group who have gone through all the work, and they still reject it. And they've caused ultimate chaos and division within, and they can't be wrong on their own account, which is really fascinating. They've posted something this week that was actually a very new age video. Be patient, be calm, namaste, all of this. And I clicked on the creator, and the content creator was none other than a globalist. And I put it to them, and I said, have you looked at the bio? I gave them the benefit of the doubt. Have you looked at the bio? And I got my head cut off, and I was told I had poor communication and an agenda, when it was simply to say, you're feeding this content to the group under the filter of what would be, what we know to be with Mark's work. So, I mean, what does that translate to you, Scott, with the work that you do with people in their minds and their psyche? What would that be called?
It's called, we have some names for it, and I've had to invent new names because Scientology uses sometimes closed technical terms. They call it a service facsimile. I call it a mental mechanism. And these mental mechanisms are built mainly out of justifications. And that's what Mark is talking about. He's saying, you've got justifications for why you don't do what you're doing. And justifications can be stripped. And basically, you got to get people to talk about them. And it's as simple as asking them, what's right about criticizing Mark? You know, what do you have to criticize Mark about? And get them to repeat over and over all of their justifications for criticizing Mark. And it's sort of like taking the wind out of the sails when you do that. And it's not done in a mean way. The auditor is listening patiently. What's right about this? And the person's all too willing. And this is where you can actually do inner work with criminals and sociopaths. They're all too eager to tell you how right it is what they're doing. Right. And that's one way that you can drain some of the nastiness out of the bottom of their pool and bring in some fresh water to think a little more clearly, is to get off all those justifications, because that's what the people that won't go vegan, they're full of justifications. The people that won't get out there and This group sounds like a group that's come together on its common justifications. They need to feel secure in their opposition to Mark and their excuses for why they can't do what Mark's asking them to do. So we would call it excuses, justifications.
But Mark's not really asking them to do it because he gives them a fucking out. You got 12 years. It took me 12 years. It's not a big deal. You just get to it when you get to it. No, it's a fucking big deal. These motherfuckers are supporting a genocide. Bunch of fucking beta males shrinking their own cocks and trying to fucking stroke each other off, man.
All right, John Bob. On that note, I'm going to let you get out of here, Scott. Thank you so much. That was very interesting. We'd love to have you on again anytime you want. Anytime. I mean, we're here every weekend, but that was very interesting. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell your wife
have a good day,
it was
Scott.
nice to meet. A good night.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
see you
having
on-
me, everyone. And maybe we'll do it again someday.
Yeah, you want to shout out your YouTube pages or anything like that? Your website?
I don't have much. We watched everything I got on my YouTube for now. I will start putting content on there. I'm on the One Great Work Network, but I already gave my main website is freescientology.us, and all the links are there to go to my other stuff. And I'll try to get that vegan website up there too on that page. So, and get that rolling too. I got to get some more information and get that together. But I'm really getting a lot done as far as, you know, tons of websites and information and just working hard at it. So
awesome.
All doing the
Well,
great.
let me know when you
great
need help getting people going to those websites.
Yeah,
And we'll get
okay.
get some people going to them. All
Okay.
right, man.
People
Have a
still
good night.
use websites?
Thanks so much.
See you later.
Get on, Scott.
Later. I was gonna have to apologize to Scott and be like, John Bob is our peak alpha, and he's doing so much stuff that his testosterone is through the roof, and he's just fucking intense all the time because he's John Balls.
Oh,
What a
no,
cool
no,
guy,
yeah,
man! That was
but
really
seriously.
interesting. Holy crap, really interesting stuff. Now back to shit talking.
Yeah, more on this actually. Usually, like when I find in like streams or Telegram spaces, when people are like accusing you of blackpilling people, usually it's like it's because you're like encroaching in on their like turf or some shit. Like that's what it usually is. It's like, oh well, he's like yeah, that's what it was for me anyway. He's like, oh, he's just blackpilling, he's just doing this. Yeah, because like you're obviously running a scam or something that like
What is blackpilling?
Yeah, they're trying to imply that the person saying they're inherently negative, but like you said, they're probably disrupting their social
Sotos?
circle. Correct.
Oh,
Yeah, he
okay.
said that she said that Mark is a black pilled mentality, which is for him being black pilled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
even
then
heard
being
the
down
term
in
black pill.
Acapulco. Sorry.
Yeah.
Then being down in Acapulco,
Yeah.
especially.
Clan of Berwick cult.
Yeah.
Full of moral relativists. Nothing but moral relativists over there. That just
Yeah.
like they kiss Mark's ass just because Mark's big, because they're all clout chasers. But Acapulco is just scam central down there. So I
Yeah,
get it.
and Mark's information, like the true shadow work, true like being in right livelihood, that all that shit gets in the way of all their scams all the time. Probably.
Just
And
like the
they're just-
vegans get, just like the vegans remind the carnists that they're doing something wrong. It's the same fucking thing. They're like, we don't want him talking about anti-materialism and shit. We're trying to get Lambos down here, like,
Yeah,
come on,
right,
guys.
yeah. So they throw shade on him, try to like, smear him or whatever, but I mean that just reflects poorly on them because Mark
Why
doesn't
would
have
they
any.
pay to get in his class? I just don't get it. Like, leave and let someone, who's going to get something out of it being, I know he could have plenty of people up there, but
Anyway,
they
yeah,
got
it's
paid.
really silly.
Maybe they got paid to be in this class.
Yeah, true. That's kind of what it feels like. Like they seem like chaos agents. They're up there just to disrupt.
Perhaps.
You know, I haven't seen it because I'm not in the class and I'm not in the group. But I've heard from her that they're like super nasty, super gross, super anti-vegan, super, and then that video, like she's sharing that to his people, you know, who paid to be in his class. That's wild.
They put a homesteading video up like a couple days ago. Homesteading with like milking animals and collecting eggs and everything.
That's not. Yeah, that's this video here that we're about to watch. It's some homesteading couple. These are all, you know, and this is directly connected with One Great Work people and shit, basically. So it's like, well, so we're regressing back to 2012, and we're all gonna go hide on our plantations and shoot anyone that comes near it. That's not how we get things done.
But it wasn't even them It wasn't even them homesteading.
No,
it's not even
I
them.
didn't even- I
Oh
missed
my god!
No, it's the thought of it.
Well, most homesteads are just small businesses anyways. And what are they making businesses? Fucking eggs and milk and shit. Fucking
yeah.
Where do they think factory farms come from? You know?
Yeah.
Just start up the same mistake again.
All right. So all these recipes up here all have dairy in them. We'll skip up to when they start talking about diet. These two are homesteaders, I guess, allegedly.
Do
everyone.
you know that Easter Day, him and Logan used to do a show together?
Yeah, I've had I think I used to be Facebook friends with him, and we had problems in the past.
Because of that?
No, I don't remember why. It might have been vegan stuff. But yeah, or it might have been, yeah. I mean, I remember this guy from back when all that stuff happened, I guess in 2019. I haven't addressed that yet. My mind is absolutely blown about the I thought that was like 2014 that all happened, but I remember this Easter Day guy, the something C. No, what was this called?
Yeah, I think that was his.
What, something C? But anyway, I remember this guy, and I know his type. You know.
Yeah, he just seems like one of those like pagan sacrifice animal, like, you know, excuse like bloodletting, like type, you know.
Trash
Whoa, what's that?
That was a weird echo there.
What, trash ape?
You're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult. You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's watch this.
Making it a playful approach.
That's a much better way to.
Yeah, totally. And I swear you wrote about that. I might have just, skipped something that you read when I was reading or something. But wow, okay, yeah, that puts better context on the whole thing.
Makes now, right? Yeah.
That was so funny. Yes, thank you. Fuck yeah, guys. What were some of the recipes that were really kind of stand outish for you, or like, oh shit, I gotta try that kind of like first or whatever, or even
for
some
me,
of the big ones that you submitted even.
Yeah. Did you say something for a minute? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, something that you is there anything fermented? I think there is, but
oh, fermented. Okay, I just didn't hear that. There is
No.
fermented garlic in there.
Yes, that's true.
I do have a jar of that brew, and that was one that Nikki shared though, and then fire cider. That was one I've always wanted to try, so I was so happy that she shared that recipe. It's supposed to be a phenomenal holistic healer.
Yeah,
and then
I make that.
yes,
Yeah,
and then for me, pastas. like pastas and breads, Derica Klaus really stepped up and shared like so many breads and pastas.
Cool.
And for a long time, I was kind of avoidant of like pastas and carbohydrates. And I don't know, I guess I kind of thought, I don't know, I just had some funny, weird vegan programming coming from the carb stuff to where like, oh, like breads, pastas, it has to be a natural carbohydrate. So like that stuff I'm still kind of getting over, and her recipes really kind of inspired me to want to try some of that here. I haven't yet, but I would love to try some homemade pasta a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe some raviolis, because we do like raviolis when we get those.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh la la. Yeah, that's because I'm always interested to hear what people have to say in regards to the carbs and the gluten and all this stuff, and this whole rise in gluten-free, expensive-ass alternative stuff. But for me, like, just going back to the roots of it, I mean, what happened? Literally, like sometimes, or not sometimes, a lot of times with a lot of this industrialization of these things, they remove the wheat germ from the wheat. And so you have this incomplete grain that our body is not necessarily used to digesting it, you know, not at its wholeness, right? So were anything along those lines that you've come across or experienced or learned about?
We were just having, honestly, like health issues. And I have kind of learned some things. I kind of learned something similar where like long ago, we used to like soak our grains. So that has made the digestive, you know, process a little bit easier on the body back then. I really don't have enough experience or knowledge to speak from as far as like, yeah, I just don't have the experience, but it's something that I would like to look into more. I'm not so afraid of carbs anymore. I am learning to love carbs.
Right on.
But yeah, I would like to do it, you know, as healthy as we can. But at this point, I'm just happy to get some nutrition in us, and I'll probably need to keep refining what I learned about food.
Yeah, it's something everyone should be having in their mental field of things, and how we're shifting behavior towards something a little bit more healthier and listening to our bodies a little bit more and our stomachs, and realizing that gut-brain connection is so misunderstood and underestimated, right?
Yeah.
Anything you guys have learned about that? And like,
about gut health and brain health connection?
Yeah, and like keeping a healthy gut for you know, the balanced bacteria, not over candida type of thing. And
so I'll just be honest, like the diet health type of stuff is really a lot more her well, let's pick on myself. Like I feel like growing my own, like raising stuff, but you know, it's just not that big of an area of like interest for me beyond like just knowing that I can produce like my own quality food myself. But
Yeah,
as far, you know, if you want to get into research and studies, I mean, there's a million studies that all say different thing, no matter what side you want to be in. Personally, like
totally.
I just want to live my life, and you know, if I'll go off what my body feels, and with that, you know, I kind of keep it at that, you know.
Those are the answers I love, though, you know. And but yeah, there's so many distractions out there, and like, oh, it's so arbitrary with whatever, and there's so many different body types out there, and male, female, and you know, you have ex-vegans or ex-carnists or whatever, and it's all over the map. And yeah, what's the deal with the
There's
imbalance?
the B word.
Taking back to the first cosmic law, just like people's state of mind. And I don't know about you guys, but I've fasted for well over 100 days of my life, and what I've noticed is that it's really shifted my way to master my behavior based on if I have an empty or full stomach, and like having more appreciation for the food. Because you know I wasn't eating it for.
He did very well when we met him. He had a
like,
very bad
and, like, you can feel different
presentation.
effects that your body has towards different foods, like an empty vessel, and then you reintroduce it, that type of thing. So it's really interesting that. And but yeah, it's like to each their own. We see so much stuff even within the truth community or whatever, you know, social media echo chamber, whatever the hell, of people bickering about what they eat, you know, and like even like vegans against vegans. Like I've had someone say like, "Hey, I'm not vegan enough, man. I'm shit."
I know.
Like, whatever, you know.
You get it anywhere, and I have looked into a little bit of like gut health, and yeah, that's kind of some of my area. But kind of like what Brian, you know, was saying, and you were saying, with just letting people eat what they eat. Like I got some carrots fermenting, and I am just like so hopeful that I'm gonna find a fermented food that he likes. But he doesn't like strong flavors, anything vinegary, sour. When he's sick, he will get over it and drink apple cider vinegar, but that's just because he feels like shit and he wants to feel
We're
better.
not concerned about your fermented carrots, lady. We're concerned about the animals you're killing. I don't give a shit what you eat. This idea that we're concerned with, she's like trying to say, oh, I'm just eating my fermented carrots. It's like, no, you have farm animals. Meow. The cat.
It helps. But he's not gonna like go slide some apple cider vinegar in his water. In fact, he'll like go grab mine and smell it and be like, okay, I'm not having any of that. So I'll be happy if I can get a healthy fermented food in him, but it'll basically be on consent, because if he don't like the smell or the taste, it'll only go in him when he's sick, and that's it. So like I'm learning to let go of control. I want to live as long as I can. I want to be as old as I can ever, like as old as I can be. And I used to feel very much the opposite. In fact, I planned on going out as soon as like my kid was 20, my oldest, and then I had another one. So like now I can't go anywhere, even if I wanted to entertain that potential. But now I just feel the opposite. Now I just feel really inspired to live. Like I feel like I have such purpose here. Like, I feel like I have to take care of my body as best as I can because I have a job here, I have a purpose, I have a mission, and I can't do that if I'm in the grave. So like, I'm really motivated to live as healthy as I can, as best as I can. He's happy to eat whatever, and I'm happy to try to see if he'll eat some fermented carrots. But I'll respect his journey and what he wants to eat, but I'll try to slide in that stuff that I learned about when I can. And if he likes it, awesome. If not, dang it, I'm on to the next mission of finding something else.
Yeah, hey, that's no worries at all. And at the same time, there's some probiotics.
Yes, it's so good for you.
Yeah, and those will balance in favor of the gut flora bacteria anyways. It's not just about the fermented foods and this and that.
Right. It's
I don't know if you were down with that booch.
The kombucha, yes, it's a fermented beverage. The kombucha, he doesn't like it. I think he's like one flavor, and it was like the fruitiest thing. It didn't even taste fermented. I think it was lying. It said it was fermented, but it tasted more like a juice. Because like a real fermented thing, it's kind of like, like I had to make myself drink that stuff. But I can do that. I'll do that if it's healthy and it's good for me and it tastes like crap. All right, like it might take me a couple but I can get through it if I have to. If I have to, yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. And I still love kombucha, but now I'm like tasting. It's like, dude, there's something off with these flavors, or whatever. Like,
yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, so I would like to ask you guys, like, so what do you think the root cause of the divisiveness of, vegan versus whatever, vegetarian versus whatever, meat consuming versus whatever? Like, what is that stemming from exactly? You think?
I think you want to go ahead. Kind of a desire.
I'm going to let you take over.
Personally. Because I like, as somebody who wants the best for other people, if I could have it my way, I'd like to just, hey, everybody's just, go do the best, that you can for yourself. And I wish it was that easy, but that'd be super narcissistic to think that my way is the only way. And so I think a lot of the times, like as a vegan, like we want to go, we want the best for people, but we go about it through a place of trying to control them. And
we want the best for animals, not people. Humans and animals, but that's not the point. Is the immorality of the animal holocaust that's going on, so you can eat your meat and dairy unnecessarily because of this trad thing, this popular trad trend that's going on right now, or something like primal trad homesteading. Fuck government, therefore I'm gonna go be satanic by myself on my farm and not try and help the world in any way whatsoever. Yeah.
Not taking hints of like, hey, no thanks, or just outright violating people when they're like, I don't want that information, and they're like, too bad, vegan card, So that's just my thought. What do you think?
Yeah.
Or what were you gonna say?
If we're wanting to look at the root cause of it, I would say the root cause of it is the same as it is with many other things. That whenever people come across an idea or a belief, that they then feel the need to
what morality, belief in natural law, the rules that we are all governed by, that you are governed by, despite you having a homestead and doing whatever the fuck you want on it.
Personally identify that with their sense of self and their ego. And when that happens, it becomes they start defending that idea as if
we're the ones with the ego problem, says the guy who thinks he's so good he can eat several different animals a day.
Was themselves.
Because he's so superior.
The idea to be wrong, or for the idea to be attacked, they feel like it is a direct attack on themselves or their ego.
That's true.
And so
no, it's actually an attack on animals. That's why we're triggered by it, because we're actually fighting for something, unlike you, who's fighting for your taste buds and your traditional trad American diet.
Sense of self then feels threatened.
Like, this is such typical Logan Hart bullshit. Logan Paul, the typical, these guys, these clout chasing wannabe guru guys that just hang out in these circles that think their opinion is interesting.
I was.
That's where this is where he was able to form his cosmology with this guy.
Huh?
This is where he was able to form his philosophy with this guy. His like offshoot natural law, but do whatever you want type of paganism nonsense.
Oh, is this where Logan got it from?
Yeah, this
not
is
that wizard guy.
They did show after show, dude. Like just talking about just like didn't do right.
Oh boy.
But now, like I said, we do our own pasture-raised livestock and stuff. I process my own meat. You know, I've
Pasture-raised livestock.
in the
Oh
cooler
yeah,
right
you
now,
got them out in the pasture, bro. Where else would you have them?
You know that I'll be turning into bacon here in like a week. I've come
his
to
hog
find a more
in a week, 300
balanced
pound hog.
perspective with diet and seeing, you know, being willing to, like, even though yes, I've had this belief or whatever, but where was I using that to build up my ego or my identity in such a way that I was trying to make other people seem like they were immoral just for having a different lifestyle than me. And then realistically,
It's not a lifestyle, bro. Stop calling it things that it's not. Stop using double speak. It's not a lifestyle to unnecessarily kill animals for food. It's not a lifestyle.
I also saw,
or maybe what it is a life. It's
like the detriment to like my health over a period of years. It wasn't just like a few years. I was vegan for a while, you know, and vegetarian before that. And it just wasn't, I didn't feel the most ideal with it. And then whenever I did start eating meat again, with our own like consciously raised meat, like we, you know, and we're not just like
consciously raised.
Any means, you know, we rotationally graze it around, like we do it in a very
rotationally graze. Look at all these
I do the whole
key
processing myself, like
talking
whether
points.
that, you know, whether the animal's like being born,
As
or,
if
like,
meat is like a
like
thing, like you raise meat. You
and
can raise
for me, like,
meat.
coming to a place of what I see as a more balanced place.
More balanced. Killing animals for food unnecessarily is more balanced. See,
So
these dudes, it's like they take Mark's course just to steal shit from him and then go use it in their own ways. Like, this isn't what he taught, you fool. Like, this,
you raise meat. You
funny.
raise a meat.
I'm not taking
this meat that I raised. I raised little meat here. Let me get the fuck out of here.
It's what I see as a more balanced place.
Perspective of like, oh, I can't eat any animal products. No, I can eat animal products, but that doesn't mean I'm excluding like fruits and veggies and other. No, like I can eat that too. So like if I can choose from both, to me, like that seems like a little bit more of like a balanced, rational place.
Yeah,
like,
the laziest, most psychopathically. It is most psychopathically wasteful, most immoral. Like, there's no balance there, bro.
Approach diet from.
It's not a rational approach. Like every
and I don't, I don't feel like stuck on either side with it. You know, like I fucking love fruits and veggies, but I also really like the bacon that we make. Like, you know, so it's you know, I just get to enjoy good food now without having to try to like identify my morals and my philosophy just solely based off of like my diet and like my value as a human being, or whether or not I'm a good person based off of what I'm eating. Like,
yeah, it's not about what you're eating. It's about killing animals. We don't care what you eat. It's the fact that you eat, for one, the most status diet, the most subsidized food that we have access to. Also, the lowest moral food we have access to. Of course, everybody just wants to eat everything, bro. That's the whole thing in America. Oh, just bigger, better, more. I want to do anything I want all the time. That is satanic behavior. You are a immoral person based off what you're eating. Sorry, bro. Like, you can't just do this halfway. Like, why even get into this stuff? It's unreal.
You know, like Brittany mentioned, like we have a dharma and we have a purpose here. Part of that is like
dharma. Your dharma is to kill animals.
Having a diet,
right?
You notice like your vessel is suffering because
people are fucking.
Like I ended up getting like Lyme disease, and veganism was like not working.
It would trigger the worst.
Oh, so I got Lyme disease, so I had to quit vegan. That's this guy's excuse. Lyme disease. Holy shit. And guess what? If you look up, if you do research and you find who is reversing the most Lyme disease and autoimmune diseases and stuff, one of the most popular people is this guy named what's his name? Anthony Williams. Is that his name? Medical medium. You could go to his Instagram and look at the comments. And the basis of his diet for his Lyme disease reversing diet is going vegan. So this guy's claiming that the meat made him healthier from the Lyme disease. And one thing a lot of people do is they misdiagnose things.
They like your body is healing, and if you get sick, you heal. So these guys will get sick, change the diet, and heal naturally, like they were healing anyway, and then say it all. Hey, there you go. Yeah, life-changing foods, medical medium. She's got it. Yeah, thyroid, big one. It's all fruit, vegan diet, lots of fruit. Sugar fasts, where you fast off sugar for a while. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff, but that's how you get rid of Lyme disease. Not eating meat, but anyway, he naturally healed from that bout of Lyme disease, that what's it called, flare up, and he's like, oh, that's because of meat. Which there's nothing that backs this up. It's a pure anecdote. He can't show any studies or any kind of science that says that meat cures Lyme disease, because it doesn't. So this is all just made up stuff by some guy. Luckily, this video only has like 50 views. So a lot of people aren't getting this bad information. But let's see what else clownery this guy has to say.
When they would hit me, it would really wipe me out for a long period of time. And since I started eating meat again, I have not had an issue with it, really. Like,
wow, yeah, that's cool.
It made a big difference. So if I feel healthier and happier, then I don't, I think that's kind of where we need to be, so we can actually do the things we're supposed to do.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna nod my head nonstop.
Every individual needs to figure that out for themselves so they can be at that optimal level, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
No, that's not how it works. Look at this stupid look on his face that I just stopped on. We're all humans designed to live to be most ideal is fruit and vegetables is how our system was made. Sure, we can be omnivorous, but it's only for life or death circumstances. Obviously, it's not the most healthiest thing. So this whole everyone has to figure out what's right for them. We aren't a bunch of different alien species, bro. Like that would only be the case if we didn't know anything about health and we were all just like dropped on some alien place, and we're all these different species, and we're all trying to eat the food, and we're trying to figure out what's best for Ferengis and what's best for Klingons and stuff like that. That doesn't work for humans that are all mammalian and that all basically are the same. That's not how it works. There's an optimal diet and there's a non-optimal diet.
And if a vegan diet works for someone, hey, great, good for them. But that doesn't mean like everybody else is like a moral, sinful person just because they're fucking.
Yes, it absolutely does. You have a choice to do less harm. You know the information and you choose not to anyway. You are taking a less moral position. It is morally sinful to kill something unnecessarily that you don't have to, just because you want it. You think it's good for your bones and your muscles.
Yeah. I mean, epigenetically speaking, some people's bodies might even be more prone to being receptive to a vegan diet. We all have different needs, and ultimately, I think it's best if we all just choose for ourselves.
This is a cope. She's gonna say we're all on a different journey soon. This is a cope. This is bullshit. This is an excuse for failure. They both were vegan at one point. They failed. Therefore, they have to trash it like every single other vegan that fails at veganism. They weren't ever vegan. They were plant-based fad dieters. Veganism is a lifelong commitment to animals. I guarantee this guy didn't, start wearing, got rid of all his leather and stopped buying all these products. These people throw this word around, and it's not even, they don't even know the definition of it.
So what we think we should eat and how that makes us feel. How does that land here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I love how we're gonna get in. Can't wait.
It just lands here. It just lands perfectly in line with our trad, white trash, fucking loser, broke. Oh, we're gonna go hunting and kill animals because we can't come up with food a better way, a more compassionate way. We're just gonna do whatever we want so we can look cool to our friends and have a homestead where we raise pigs and stuff. Like it's really pathetic. But it's so funny that he actually said all that stuff, because it's obviously that he knows that it's not the moral position and he's just coping
and he's with someone he knows he can cope with that is also not vegan. All these guys, I watch their interviews, and it always comes up. Veganism always comes up with all these vegetarian guys in the One Great Work and around, and the guys surrounding them. They don't like that part of the equation in the least bit, because that means they got to go do something. They got to do something hard. And that's what activism is doing something hard. It's sacrifice. It's, showing unyielding, support for your beliefs. Holy crap. But I don't know, just garbage content. I'm sorry. Just not the most interesting stuff. Slav's having a cigarette. We got Rasputin over here. What else was I gonna watch? Oh, I don't know. These can wait. But yeah, so definitions of things really matter. And none of these guys want to go by the right definitions. And this no longer vegan thing, it's like everyone's excuse. Oh, my friend was vegan and they said they got sick, and the second they started eating meat again, oh, it was so much better. And it's like, yeah, if you fail at something like veganism, it's so much easier to just cope out and be like, oh, it made me sick, that's why I stopped. Not I have low willpower, or I'm not motivated enough by the moral argument to continue this diet. So obviously these people are going to trash the diet afterwards. So why would I care of the opinion of some loser who didn't win? They lost and failed. Why would the person who failed's opinion be held high? I don't really understand it when carnists bring that stuff to me, which is every day. They're like, oh, my friend, or I was vegan for a while and I stopped and it made me sick. And it's like, dude, of course you're going to trash it. You aren't going to say, oh, it was the greatest thing I ever did and I just stopped because I'm a loser. Like, people aren't going to just be that honest. And so I question the internal work these people are doing. All these people in the great work that trash veganism. It's not even like they're like, oh, whatever, veganism's are obviously, the right thing, blah, blah, blah. But no, they go after us. They trash veganism and us. So it's pretty wild. This video, this guy, happy, healthy vegan, this dude's been vegan for like freaking 30 years. He's like well into his 50s, pretty cool dude. But he addresses this in a very nice way. You see how I always address it, but it's all about definitions. Veganism is a very specific thing. I've had to explain this to Justin Pedini for several years. That when he went plant-based, he didn't go vegan. Like, he went plant-based, and those are two totally different things. And most people don't know that. Like, these people calling themselves, oh, we used to be vegan. No, you didn't. You didn't stop buying Gillette products. You didn't stop buying leather and wool and all this stuff. You just changed your diet because it was popular at the time. It was probably like 2016 when the big vegan thing happened. But
what's the thing with Gillette?
They test everything on animals.
Oh, it's the testing.
Yeah. Veganism is very much against testing and or any animal products.
I was just wondering if it was
that's because I think it's Impossible Burgers. They're not vegan because they tested those on animals for a long time. I think the Beyond Burgers are, though. They weren't tested on animals. But that's like, if you're a super hardliner, like back in the day,
well, one of the two is
you dodge all that stuff. And most of these people who claim they were vegan have no idea that that's even a part of it, really. Like, maybe they have some faint, someone said something once, but that very much is the definition.
There is one of those vegan burgers out there, but it's based off of actually animal culture to start with. I don't remember which one it is. Yeah.
I saw that they were doing the weird. That's actually like real lab grown. They call there. That's the thing when the lab grown meat that was thrown into the media. That was about what you're talking about. The actual like meat culture.
The culture.
It's not a Beyond Burger, but all the carnists took lab grown and threw it on Beyond Burgers, which are not lab grown. They're as processed as making bread, without a doubt. Like it's very similar process to making. So it's not lab grown, but people have changed that since there wasn't a hard definition for it. They've changed that definition because it sounds really bad. And they threw it on vegan burgers, which are not this creepy lab grown meat culture shit that is what you're talking about. Which I don't even like the Beyond Burgers. Really, we had one the other day, and as I'm eating it, I'm just like, I don't know if this is something I should be eating. It's just like I question it whenever I eat them.
Yeah, man,
because
no
it's
good.
like it's like that old. I remember being addicted to that idea, that denseness of, oh, I need to eat something dense. I need that meat because it's dense. And so like doing it again as a vegan, even when it's something that's not meat, it's still like is like a little too weird, and that shit like bleeds and stuff. It's very strange looking. But let's see what Homeboy has to say. What's this dude's name?
One of our longtime viewers let us know that one of her favorite plant-based cooking channels, Well Your World, well, at least one of the two people is Dylan and Reeves made a video entitled Why I'm No Longer Vegan. Because you guys know I've enjoyed watching these Why I'm No Longer Vegan videos. I'm looking for some kind of compelling reasons as to why someone had to stop eating plants and needed to start eating meat. Fortunately, in this case for Reeves, she wasn't really quitting eating plants like all the other Why I'm No Longer Vegan videos. It was more of a complaint about how she felt about the term vegan, all the baggage and negativity that goes along with it. But unfortunately for our purposes here, their video is no longer up on their channel. They took it down. I can only imagine they received a lot of negativity. That's why people usually take videos down. Maybe they want to rethink what they said for a future video. We can only wait and hope. But even without their video to refer to, I did see it before it went down. I remember it fairly well, and I want to cover some big points that were brought up. I think they were great points. So without even their video to look at, I think we have a great topic here to look at if vegan is a dirty word and there needs to be different words to describe us plant eaters. So she covered several major points, but the primary point I believe she was trying to make with her video, and you guys comment down here and let me know if I'm wrong, but the big point, the big takeaway I think they wanted to get out, or she wanted to get out, was that the word vegan is too exclusionary. It's not inclusive of, say, those who just want to eat a whole food plant-based diet. And also, too, that there's a lot of baggage or dirtiness that goes along with the word vegan, partly because of the result of a few extreme activists. I'm not going to call anyone out here, but I'll give them that. Yeah, in any movement, I don't care if you're politics, religion.
The whole vegans are angry thing was started by me and my friends in the 90s. Us crazy hardline vegan kids, who were very, very, very over the top with the vegan stuff. And that kind of solidified vegan having this kind of connotation, because we were looked at as terrorists back in the day by the government. Vegan straight edge was totally looked at as a terrorist gang because of that. So vegans these days are mild compared to me and my friends back in the day. I wonder who he's talking about, though. Who are like the gnarly vegans these days? I can't even think of any.
Even just a hobby or a band you're into, there's always going to be a few extreme loudmouths, and if you disagree with them, they want to like cancel you and everything like that. But I think it's unfair to take these characteristics of the most extreme violence of any group, in this case vegans, and generalize that's how all or most vegans are. It's just not how it is. But anyway, I want to get back to what I thought was her primary point, that the word vegan is exclusionary, meaning that we're not inclusive enough of people who are just plant-based. And let's get some definitions out of the way first. Like, a lot of people think those two terms or words like vegan and plant-based mean the same thing, and they're similar but different. Like, veganism has a very precise meaning. It's not a diet like plant-based. Veganism refers specifically to animal rights. It's a stance against animal cruelty and exploitation. Indeed, when we look at this definition of veganism that goes back to the 1940s, notice how it makes no mention about health reasons, like not eating animals to improve your health or to reverse disease or treat disease or anything of the sort. So with that out of the way, if we look at Well Your World's content, you'll see it's food, it's healthy eating, and there seems to be, from what I could tell, pretty much no message about like animal rights. It's about healthy plant eating. And by the way, I'm pointing this out not to shame them for not being vegan and having a vegan message. I'm just checking out to see where they're coming from, and their message is about healthy plant-based eating, and that's totally fine. Also, for all I know, they might be ethical vegans at heart, but their content is catered towards plant-based eating, people looking to improve their health, stuff like that, and not looking for some kind of animal rights message. All right, so with all that out of the way, let's return back to what I believe her primary point was in her video, which was that the word vegan is too exclusionary. It's not inclusive enough of those who are trying to like do what their audience are doing, just eat plants for health reasons and stuff like that. And what are my thoughts on that? Does she have a valid point? Well, yeah, she does actually, because as I showed, veganism has a very precise meaning. Words and phrases have meanings, and veganism at its essence is about being against animal cruelty and exploitation. So if the bulk of Well Your World's followers are not vegan, meaning they're following a healthy plant-based diet for personal health reasons, awesome. I actually happen to be both an ethical vegan and I choose to eat a healthy, whole food, plant-based diet. But you don't have to do that. And I remember Reese in her video complaining about how a vegan diet is so unprecisely defined that you could do it in an unhealthy way, and she seemed disturbed by that. I think she almost brought up the example that I bring up all the time. I mean, yeah, you could eat healthy whole food plants if you want as a vegan, or you can just have like Oreos and beer as your primary staples of your diet and still call yourself vegan. And I find nothing wrong with that. Would I want to have an Oreo?
You're muted.
And beer?
Of course I'm muted. Can everyone hit the like button? I always forget to say this. It helps these videos get out farther. Like and subscribe. Any super chats that come in go towards editing this show and Mark's work to be put up on YouTube again. Yeah. Spread out into the world. So all these weird carnist super chats I'm getting are actually going towards spreading veganism.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Based diet? Hell no. I'm 57. I don't have any kids. I want to live a long, healthy life and be independent. So I'm eating as healthy as I can. But there's no impetus. There's nothing forcing a vegan to do that. You have the choice to eat as healthy or as unhealthy as you want. And that's true for non-vegans as well. And for any new people or skeptics watching, thinking I'm lying about how healthy I eat, just check out one of our cookbooks. Check out the Happy Healthy Vegan Cookbook. It's whole food, plant-based, easy meals that you can make. They're delicious and nutritious, and just get it if you don't already have it. They're on sale right now too, ebook and print. So let's return. Is the word vegan too exclusive? It doesn't include these health-seeking plant-based eaters. Well, again, the definition's a definition. If you're eating plants for reasons other than animals, like say you're doing it because your doctor told you to help you reverse your diabetes and heart disease, and or maybe you got into it because it helps as far as reducing greenhouse gas emissions, awesome, you're eating plant-based. But until you add the animal rights component into it, yeah, you're plant-based, and by definition can't properly technically call yourself vegan. Is that a good thing or bad thing? It's up to you. I don't think it's a good or bad thing. It's just what words mean. There's nothing good or bad about what words mean. So should the viewers of Well Your World's channel be concerned that many of them might not technically be vegan but enjoy fine vegan foods? No, it's totally fine. It's cool. You're not consuming animals, consuming animal products. Awesome. Fewer animals are being raised for slaughter for everyone that watches their channel. I don't think that's a bad thing to have at all. So Dylan and Reeves, if you happen to be watching this, hopefully what I said here didn't piss you off. I don't think you made an improper video. I don't think you raised questions that shouldn't be raised. I just want to give you my reasoned opinion about this. I've been vegan since 2010. I've had this YouTube channel since 2013. So I've thought about these issues a little bit in my time, and I don't see any problem with having a plant-based cooking-based channel and appealing to viewers who might not be vegan, even though you guys might be vegan yourselves, perhaps. I don't see any problem. I don't see why you need to make a I'm no longer vegan video. There's nothing wrong with the word vegan. At least I see no problem with it. I know some people have fears that, people are kind of bigoted. People are hateful when they hear, oh, you're vegan, that means you eat plants because of ethical reasons, and they'll hate you for that.
You're letting them win.
Bigots anyway, so I wouldn't let that stop you from utilizing or even
allow
embracing
them to
a word
change
that means positivity. It means good things. Again, don't let some extreme radical haters or activists make veganism seem like a dirty thing. It's not. What could be better than not exploiting animals, not slaughtering animals, and instead eating plants, and in our case, healthy plants, and making the world a better place. So as I said, I'm really not familiar with Well Your World's content and their message over the years. I know they've been around since 2017. So if I got things wrong or even right, let me know down below. I think I did my research well on this, but I'm an imperfect human. I'm trying my best here. And if I got things really screwed up and you want to tell me what a horrible person I am and I'm mean because I'm saying people who eat plant-based aren't vegan, come tell me to my face on my Friday live streams, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just be civil and we can try to have a conversation.
He's a lot nicer than me about it. But you know, like definitions do matter, especially if we're doing the great work and stuff and understand the trivium and all that. So it's like, it's funny with all these fakers. It's just clout chasing. They just want to be looked at as cool in the social scene that's around this circle of people, and they just want to say a bunch of stuff that sounds like it's legit, but it's just an opinion, and it's not. Steve's smacking me with his tail. It's just goofy, and I don't really respect it, and I hope that these dudes try and do better. But I think that couple's probably or at least that guy, he's not ever gonna, you know, I doubt he'll ever come back to the right side, but I hope he does. But when did you get into medical medium stuff, Alicia?
Well, I've had that for a number of years.
Yeah.
So just yeah.
It's a lot of he's got a lot of books.
He does.
But I followed him for a while on Instagram, and I could not believe that dude's Instagram is like blowing up. Like he's got a lot of people on there that were a lot of women that had autoimmune diseases their whole lives and just turning it off, you know, in a couple months by going vegan and assorted other things. Obviously, he does the celery stuff. I did the celery for a while. I did notice some things, like I had like at least, I don't know, Allie thinks it's all in my head, but I had my ingrown toenails kind of went away during that time, and there were like a lot of like the celery in the morning thing. I felt like, I don't know, it felt like it was doing something.
Wow.
I don't have autoimmune diseases, so I don't really have far to come back from.
A lot of vegetables, so I'm sure
it's interesting because it takes time for the toenail to grow out. How long were you on celery for? And like, you know, I'm not
probably like over a year.
That's kind of, there you go then. So if that's enough for the toenail to grow out, so it is absolutely possible. And maybe that the hardness or the thickness. I have a degree in podology.
Oh.
It's been a while ago.
Funny.
I don't use it much. It's been a minute, but it's like,
do we have any problem?
just
No.
because.
Allie's feet are really pretty.
It was really
that's
understand the feet. The feet are like, you know, and it's really interesting because, like, you know, the body gives you messages that we poo-poo aesthetically, but really they're a message. Callus is a message. Do something, and it's not like go to the salon. Like there's a structural issue. So it doesn't matter whether or not it's fatigue or it's whatever else. What's interesting in the medical medium books, as I just reopened it now, he's quite soulful. He links food and the soul.
Yeah.
And the spirit and the soul. And
I didn't like that part about his stuff back in the day, but I wasn't really in tune with that shit as much, I think. And so I kind of was always like, oh God, dude, stop talking about that stuff. You're going to lose people, you know? But that was just me and my ignorance.
I'm only looking at it now. So it's funny when you're in a different, you can look at it. He talks about like a cherry, the condition, the symptom, the emotional support, the spiritual lesson. I'll be damned over cherries.
Yeah.
But it links back to what we were talking about with Scott and kind of having a canvas to working on thyself.
Yeah.
And the shadow.
That was really, dude. He's really interesting, dude. That was a good interview.
Very
the stuff
much.
about well, the stuff about L. Ron Hubbard being like a direct, you know, like it's weird, and it's like I was explaining, I have a lot of experience with these people, and it was my opinion of it back then was, well, it seems like they're doing something good in there. It's just they're going about it the wrong way. yeah, so how he was working for the government, but then he was like a Freud, someone, he'd like, wow. And then it's all very linked up with all the stuff, a lot of the stuff me and Allie are doing research on, with psychology and stuff. Like the primal scream therapy, like that's literally L. Ron Hubbard just ripped that off. Like that's totally a real thing that's been done. Reliving the situation, and if you have like a physical reaction, like running with it instead of suppressing it, and actually getting over the trauma instead of holding on to it, seems pretty straightforward to me. But of course, primal scream therapy has been poo-pooed majorly in psychology circles. It's not even looked at as something that's real, but tens of thousands of people have done it and say that it changed their lives. So it's like they're obviously suppressing it for a reason, like Scott was saying. Super interesting, cool guy. It was funny because I first posted kind of one of my nastier videos in the discussion group, just trying to see if it would bite, and he rejected it, but he wrote me like a paragraph about how it was a very important, not a paragraph, but a couple sentences about how it was a very important subject, but just the ridicule was a little bit high in the title. Like, it totally makes sense that he's a teacher, because it was a total teacher response. But that was kind of refreshing to get a response like that, instead of just like a middle finger, just like, no, you should definitely talk. Oh, that's Paco. Paco is a pretty cool parrot.
So cute. Hi, Paco.
Oh shit.
Hi, Paco. Hello. Look at us.
See himself, do you think?
Paco.
Paco's like 23 years old.
Wow.
Allie's had him since she was a kid.
That's phenomenal.
Oh, you want to come here?
So cool. It's interesting, and I don't have the answer. I'm curious in terms of, Mark's shadow work, the Scientology approach. There's EMDR, which is also facing it straight on, making you relive it. There's another one called holographic, where is it now? Holographic memory resolution, and that's actually from somebody in the 80s who's done work with Twin Towers, with the Oklahoma City bombing, like big worked in hospitals, and that's where you can reframe the trauma without having to redo it, which is statistically, for women with sexual abuse and stuff, I'm just data. That can make it really difficult and less successful. So for some people, maybe not having to relive it is also, but it also works with the subconscious and reframing, not deleting what has happened, but reframing what has happened so that it's a livable memory. The topic is a livable topic. And like EMDR, you are bringing it to a place where it's you're not reactive in the same way.
Is that the thing with the little clicker thing?
No, EMDR is with the eyes. That one's different.
Oh,
but
that's right. That's right. It's not a clicker. Yeah.
That does that. That is, it's also subconscious, but it's making you relive it, and you think about it, and you're talking about it, and all this other stuff, which is difficult for some people. It's just nice to know that there's another one out there. I think any type of trauma.
The primal scream therapy was like, it was like the gnarlier traumas, like the ones you're talking about, actually like forcing reliving it and having like a full-on physical and mental breakdown over it, basically, in a way, screaming and going back to your child state.
Right.
And like having that big physical, like a mental release, and afterwards, just like crying, especially as a man, once you finally, like, something happens, you cry afterwards, you're like, oh my God, I feel so much better, because we hold it, hold it in a lot more. So yeah, it's all very interesting stuff. And I asked Scott about Esalen, and he knew all about that stuff. And it's like,
they've been the whole New Age thing was just it was basically based out of Esalen, and just like, let's get everyone brainwashed onto this bullshit so we can control them. And I see why they did it. They think they're saving humanity, but that's not. You can't fuck with people like that. Yeah, and so
what is that? I don't know what that is.
Okay, so in Northern California, there's a place called the Esalen Institute. And so this was a CIA, KGB. They just got all these bright minds, psychoanalytical minds together to basically figure out how to control the masses.
Small hat operation Mossad.
Yeah, and it's like the intellectual dark web is now. It was based out of connections with Esalen, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's amazing. Me and Steve watched. I don't know if you watched that last episode.
Now I'm remembering. Now it's like,
Matthew North. That's what Matthew North was talking about. Yeah, so
phenomenal.
Wild, just how you got brainwashed by these hippies from the 60s, basically,
spy hippies from.
But it wasn't. It's like there's KGB assets and stuff in there. It's really strange, how they'd let
Soviet spies, a lot of Soviet spies, because they mastered in Soviet Russia. They mastered how to break down your psychology, break down your will.
Yeah. Make everyone a bunch of betas, as John Balls would say. John Balls was on one tonight. Jeez.
They could do that psychically as well, not just cognitively.
Yeah.
They could do that.
Oh, who knows what they're doing to us or keeping from us? Getting into the Tartarian conspiracy stuff, looking at all the old cathedrals around the world. They may have been emanating some sort of resonance that was a healing resonance that everyone used to thrive off of back in the day. There's all kinds of technologies and stuff that they're hiding from us. Who knows how much stuff that they're keeping from us? There was what was it?
Those churches are built on ley lines, by the way. So ley lines.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. All that stuff. It's all the same. All connected, but what was it? She was telling me there was some sort of frequency. Oh, it's the super deep meditation where you you could use different parts of your brain, and then the CIA did experiments on it, but they didn't use meditation. They used vibrational waves, and there was a certain wave that they'd shoot at your head that would make you able to use different parts of your brain. That was the same. What's that? Transcendental meditation?
Yeah.
Is that what it was, or is it a different meditation? It was a different meditation. But it's where you actually go into a different, completely different place, and you're able to activate different parts of your brains that aren't able to be activated right now. So it's so some people think maybe those cathedrals that lay on the ley lines used to put out this frequency that used to let us use more of our brains or make us more intuitive, or some, some of these people say that maybe we didn't even eat food back then, that we just got food from the ether and vibrations and energies and frequencies and stuff like that, which is all kind of really interesting stuff. The Tartarian old world rabbit hole is very fascinating. Just researching technology from the past and really scrutinizing things that happened back in the day. With all the buildings and all the. They basically there was a reset, and they reintroduced technology back to us, but they reintroduced it, in a way that we were slaves, where back in the day it may have been free energy, and now we're all having to pay at Thomas Edison, hundreds of years later for his technology, that we're all monopoly. It's a monopoly. We can't even use anything else.
Yeah, there were some engineers in Italy that just created free energy. I just saw that this week. I know that sounds
Probably it probably happened dozens
Not
of
for long.
times.
Not
Yeah.
for long.
Tesla probably wasn't the first. We don't even we don't even know if Tesla was legit. He could be a part of the story just like anyone else.
He could be like the equivalent of Shakespeare. Like if you guys have the story, like
Yeah.
the theory that
Francis
Shakespeare was
Bacon.
multiple authors and wasn't actually one real person.
Right,
I
that
don't
it
know, I
was
guess there's a
multiple
lot of evidence
people.
for that.
Yeah.
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 Francis Bacon.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Well, I mean, a lot of
All
history,
pretty interesting stuff.
a lot of history seems like fabricated. Like Napoleon had like Napoleon 1, 2, 3. Like all
Yeah, the whole Roman thing, the whole Viking thing, it's all bullshit. They're covering up a whole different thing that was happening. The Civil War was not fought against the North and the South. They actually fought together against another community that had been here for a very long time. It could have been Moors, could have been Phoenicians, probably both, probably intermingled with the locals, and the Dutch East India Company and the Spanish were just coming to North America and just taking tribes and taking them into slavery and selling them all around the world. So who knows? Sierra Leone in Africa, that was Dutch East India Company. They own that place to this day, and it was a slave farming plantation. After there was plenty of Africans, black people in the U.S. They are native to here, and the whole Native American being this feather wearing white man, like it's all bullshit cover to cover up the real story of North America being populated for thousands of years and not just being this blank slate that we just happened upon. It's all bullshit. It's all very weird, but
but it is strip mine.
Apparently it was this. What's that?
It is strip mine though. They strip mined everything.
Oh yeah, many times. And I'm an actual miner. I can account for it. Like we see it all the time, where they've been mining for thousands of years.
So
but
they were saying this place was able to habit like billions, hundreds of billions of people. With all the buildings they had, all the cities. There's still like evidence of cities. Like,
or once you get into looking at old maps, your whole brain doesn't look at anything the same anymore. Once you're like, there's maps from like just
what's under the Sahara.
What?
Yeah, no, even African maps when there's like castles all over it, and there are no buildings there. Like, what happened?
It was like Europe. It was like Europe. The whole world was like Europe. Like all of America was like Europe, interconnected with railroads, like millions and millions of miles of railroads everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, and they had the Zeppelins, man. They flew around in airships. They've eliminated airships from our history. They've had airships forever. Most of the mapping was done with airships back in the day.
The best way to
photography's been around way longer than they say. There's all kinds of cool shit, but it's getting late. Thank you for hanging out, Alicia. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I hope you don't get scared away by the show.
Not in the least.
A lot of new people come on that never come back.
No, I shall be back. My goodness,
pretty...
if you'll have me. Thank you. This has been amazing, as was last week.
Awesome. Next week, we usually do the show Sundays, but me and Allie are leaving town tomorrow, so we did it today. But next week's gonna be fun. I hope to see you there. Thanks for hanging out, Steve, like usual.
Right on.
I'm gonna play this Mike the Vegan video out since there's 15 people still watching. It's a very interesting video about how
I know
these YouTubers just lie about stuff and then the media takes it and
spreads the lie and everyone believes it and people end up dead and in the hospital over it.
He's a good
absolutely wild.
To this story, Harvard student eats 720 eggs in a month and his cholesterol drops.
I ate 1 egg per hour every hour for a whole month.
Now, this has commenters like carnivore Dr. Ken Berry saying, quote, eggs are a heart-healthy food for all humans. Eat as many as you want. And others using this as proof that their high cholesterol, high meat diet is perfectly healthy. But immediately recognizing the face of the dude in the articles, I know that there's much more going on with this story, and that really this is misleading for 99.9% of people that are going to be watching these videos and of course going, cholesterol's great, eat as much eggs as they want. And so we're going to talk about why he says he did this stunt and why I think his angle is not a good one for public health. We're going to look at some other egg research as well. So let's just go. Lightning fast though, I have a Costa Rica trip in late January that completely filled up, and because of that, I just want to try and get a second one going. We have some people signed up already, but need more in order to fully confirm the trip. And the trip is going to be, as usual, filled with animals and delicious food and nature. And I will say some people are repeating the trip because they had such a good time the first time. So yeah, check it out in the link below. All right, now let's see what Nick, the guy who ate all these eggs, has to say about why he did it.
I hypothesized that eating 720 eggs in 1 month, which alone amounts to 133,200 milligrams of cholesterol, would not increase my cholesterol. Specifically, it would not increase my LDL cholesterol.
And yeah, conventional research and wisdom would lead one to believe that that much cholesterol and that many eggs would increase his level. But what were the results?
And indeed, drumroll, it didn't. Not a smidge. All those eggs did not increase my cholesterol. Even though my dietary intake of cholesterol more than quintupled, my LDL cholesterol actually dropped by 2% over the first 2 weeks. And then it dropped by 18% more over the subsequent 2 weeks.
Yeah, you heard it. So we should just throw away, for example, this meta-analysis of 17 studies, the largest study on the topic of egg cholesterol and blood cholesterol levels, which concludes that their study shows the impact of egg consumption on lipid profiles among healthy subjects, with a longer time and more egg consumption leading to higher LDL to HDL ratio, as well as higher LDL or bad cholesterol levels. And as a meta-analysis of randomized control trials, that is at the top of the hierarchy of scientific evidence. Well, what he did doesn't even land on the pyramid at all. And he immediately claims there's a reason here, mechanistically, the cholesterol they're eating from eggs, well, your body just handles it differently. Here he is.
Briefly, just high-level summary, when you eat cholesterol, the cholesterol binds to receptors on gut cells, and this stimulates the release of a hormone called colicin. And colicin binds to its receptor on the liver called GPR146, and this inhibits endogenous cholesterol synthesis by the liver, so things balance out and homeostasis is maintained.
So he's saying that colicin just makes it so that dietary cholesterol from eggs doesn't raise your cholesterol. He's at least implying that. Yet again, meta-analysis of 17 studies showing that is clearly not the case, so we can't get too caught up in mechanism here. But wait, with all the cholesterol and eggs that he ate, his LDL did go down. So what the heck is going on here? And the first major red flag is how his cholesterol chart doesn't seem to have a y-axis. I think this was completely done on purpose. I mean, just looking around, how many cholesterol charts don't have a y-axis? Actually, none. Why would he do this? Because he knows that the level would be so glaringly strange that he could no longer use this as a clickbait story that the average person would think applies to them. And he does get into the clickbait aspect of this at the end, and I will respond to him there. But it's important to just understand who Nick is, where he's coming from here. And that is that he's somebody who is regularly on a ketogenic diet. And he's one of the type of people that when they do that, they get their fat really high up. Their LDL, that bad cholesterol, just skyrockets high, insanely high, 400, 500, 600, 700. Some people get to 1,000. And I know that his level personally can get up at least around 400, which is, yes, 4 times the cutoff for what is considered optimal. And he's also somebody that has a history of experimenting with his LDL level, clocking it up and down by changing these macro levels. And that has to do with carbohydrates, which he does touch on.
What accounts for that change in drop slope? Well, carbohydrates, dietary carbohydrates. Adding back carbs, really of any sort, be it Oreos, fruit, or starches, is sufficient to reduce LDL in the so-called lean mass hyperresponder phenotype.
And he's learned that he can just crank his LDL way down from 400 or whatever by about 70% just by adding carbs. It doesn't matter the source. And with this in mind, he did his Oreo experiment, which he lowered his LDL from 384 down to 70% less. And he did show that chart in this video here. You can just see, boom, 384 down there as he added carbs. So he's taking advantage of a metabolic situation that he is familiar with, which I personally think is highly dangerous. We'll talk about that later. But thankfully, some of the smarter commenters saw the actual plot here. Chase Polk says, why didn't you show any test results? The fact that you didn't show your LDL before and after numbers is very strange. This is a very unscientific video that people are now going to use as evidence that eggs don't raise cholesterol. He showed the Oreo LDL results and his cholesterol was crazy high to start with, 384. It will be a lot easier to get a drop if your numbers are sky high to start. Exactly. So it's likely that he started this experiment with an LDL around 400, maybe even 500, and it was still at around, mid 300s or 400 by the end. And as he says in the video, he again achieved this drop by adding in carbohydrates, in this case, fruit.
Included bananas, blueberries, strawberries, and a few frozen cherries.
And he goes on to say,
the extra dose of carbs dominated over the insane amounts of cholesterol I was eating.
And yeah, it is the case that the carbohydrate increase, dropping LDL, overpowered the LDL raising effect of whatever dietary cholesterol he was eating. And he was eating a ton. So does this mean that really, dietary cholesterol doesn't have an effect? No, I think it's more likely that there are a couple of things going on here. First of which is the dietary cholesterol ceiling that we see, for example, from this meta-analysis. From this chart, as dietary cholesterol levels really increase into those higher levels, the effect on blood cholesterol tapers off. Going from 0 to 500 milligrams of dietary cholesterol has a way more dramatic effect than going from 1,500 to 2,000. Now, what exactly is going on? Is it that your body just has an absorption limit? It goes, I don't need to absorb that much cholesterol, and then it doesn't affect blood cholesterol. That's less important than the fact that most people that are watching this video, I would venture to say 99% of them, would not be taking advantage of the cholesterol ceiling. They are eating a diet in which adding more eggs would increase LDL cholesterol, which again is causal to atherosclerosis from Mendelian randomization studies and other data that we have. LDL is causal to atherosclerosis. And what is also relevant to people who are trying to lower the risk and might decide to lower cholesterol as well is back to this chart. They actually stratified it by starting cholesterol amount. And you can see that somebody who's not eating any cholesterol or cholesterol from animals, their rise from eating cholesterol is much more dramatic. So it's clear that there's an opportunity here to get the cholesterol out of the diet and lower that LDL or bad cholesterol, which causes heart disease. And I would add that the concern here isn't even just about cholesterol that he ate. It's also about the saturated fat that he ate. He was saying that toward the end, he was eating about 75 grams of saturated fat. And that's insane and would raise the LDL of any normal dietary person. But I think what's going on here is a bit more dangerous, especially combined with the narrative that the egg industry is pushing out. They, of course, fund a ton of studies. And, here's an egg industry shill and their paper saying, oh yeah, recent findings are inconsistent regarding the possible relationship between egg consumption and cardiovascular mortality and morbidity. And while I do believe that signals can kind of be crossed when we have a standard American diet where people are eating a ton of animal saturated fat from different sources, can it drown out some eggs in some situations? Maybe. But it's also the case that, for example, from a large 2021 study like this on over 500,000 people, each intake of an additional half of a whole egg per day was associated with a 7% increase in all-cause mortality and cardiovascular and cancer mortality. In other words, in a normal, healthy human context, adding, say, 5 eggs per day would increase risk of cardiovascular disease and all-cause mortality by 70%. Or in the words of Dr. Ken Berry, eggs are a heart-healthy food for all humans. Eat as many as you want. And they did look further at eggs without cholesterol versus eggs with cholesterol, talking egg whites. And they did find that, yes, for each additional 300 milligrams of dietary cholesterol per day, that was associated with 19, 16, and 24% higher all-cause cardiovascular disease and cancer mortality, respectively. In particular, saying that the cholesterol was responsible for, between 50 and 63% of the mortality effects in whole eggs. And this 2022 study on over 3.5 million people comes to a similar conclusion: more eggs, more cardiovascular disease. But then the question becomes, why wasn't he just straightforward, starting the first sentence of the video saying, hey, I'm in a unique situation on my keto diet where my LDL is insane, but I can eat as many eggs as I want as long as I add carbs, unlike most people, in which case it would be very dangerous. Why didn't he do that? Well, he wanted to do some clickbaity stuff to get attention.
What you'll find, no surprise, is that more extreme messages carry further. They become memes. They can self-propagate and spread a message. Sadly, the messages on social media, particularly in the diet space, are often shallow or hollow. But in their best forms, I think they can serve as intellectual provocation to bring people together, provided those people are willing to listen to the words being said and the actual arguments being made when you go a level deeper beyond the packaging.
Yeah, he's calling it intellectual provocation and how his Oreo experiment actually got people involved in research, etc. And I would say in that case, Oreos and sugar aren't generally seen as a major, LDL riser and cause of heart disease. I know sugar does have a role, but in this case, we're talking about eggs contributing to the increase in LDL and heart disease being our number one killer, and this being just a much more dangerous connection to try and sever.
Incentive structure drives content creators to give you extremes, like 720 eggs. Now, contemplate, what's the effect of that? What's the effect on me, on you, and then back on me? Is it bad?
Yes, you reinforce the idea that eggs are not bad for heart health to 250,000 people, and you did that partially by excluding the y-axis on a chart. And I will say there's one thing, it's like, here's what Nick did, and here's what the news outlets did, which is just completely running with it, where many of these articles just completely omitted the fact that he is in a unique dietary situation and did this through carbohydrates. But they, of course, mentioned the coalescin aspect. So is he responsible for that poor and dangerous reporting? Well, I wouldn't say that he's fully responsible for it, but I do think he is responsible for setting a trap here. I mean, he's obviously not a dumb guy. He knew that people want eggs to be healthy. He knew that it would be newsworthy to make it look like eggs don't have a negative effect or even have a positive effect on cholesterol. And in terms of the response, I don't think any comment sums it up better than this one. As the Irish Mirror shared, quote, "I clicked because I knew that your LDL would not increase, and I want share this video with some of family that freaks out that I am eating all eggs and meat." And so yeah, people are literally using this video as a stamp of approval to continue with their bad habits. And this reminds me of a really just situation where somebody could have acted the way that he did, but decided not to. And that brings me to plant-based cardiologist Danielle Bellardo talking about a type 2 diabetic patient who went on a bender.
I had a patient in residency who reversed their, I actually don't like using the word reverse, sorry, put their diabetes into remission, improved their hemoglobin A1C. This patient went from eating just a ton of processed foods, whatever, and went on a cocaine binge for a few months, okay? Literally a cocaine binge and eating Twinkies, candy bars, but low calorie. And their hemoglobin A1C and their high-risk CRP totally normalized.
Yeah.
From that anecdote, would we be universally recommending cocaine and Twinkies as a diet? Of course not, right? We can't extrapolate from anecdotes.
Now, if she wanted to play Nick's angle, she might have gotten together with that person and made a video about how, oh, no, maybe actually drugs and alcohol and whatever can cure diabetes. Oh, but just ambiguously. The title could have been, "I cured my diabetes with cocaine." Million views. But instead she used it as an example of how unhealthy habits can falsely be used to present a health solution.
That individual lost a substantial amount of weight, which is why that happened.
Sure.
In a really negative way, right? They lost weight because they weren't eating because they were using cocaine. That is nothing I would ever recommend to patients.
And I'm saying maybe because she took a Hippocratic oath or whatever, something that reads in a popular version, quote, "I will prevent disease wherever I can, for prevention is preferable to cure." And also that I will mislead the public into believing that harmful substances are actually healthy for views. I don't remember seeing that one on there. And just for a little bit more background before I close the video, Nick Norwitz is also the one working with other authors on the whole lean mass hyper-responder gimmick study, as I now refer to it. They call that high rise in LDL, among some other things, which is happening in these skinnier keto people, as lean mass hyper-responders. And they're trying to make a study showing that these high LDL levels don't increase atherosclerosis. And I have a ton of problems with the study. I responded to it before. There was essentially a whistleblower who was involved with the study to an extent, came out and said, hey, there's some shady stuff going on. They're excluding people in their group only that have heart disease or a coronary artery calcium score greater than 0. And they also did some other sketchy things like not adjust for the statistically significantly different BMI. When I pressed one of the other authors on it, they essentially said, we don't believe in adjustment in this situation because our group is so special. And well, guess what? If you think the group that you're studying is so special and you're making special research exception for them, you're going to get special results. So I would bet almost anything at the end of that year-long study, if they're going to find exactly what they wanted to find, because that is their goal. And that's why I once again needed to respond to Nick's public health messaging, because in the past, he's led a lot of people to believe that they're these lean mass hyper responders. And then somewhere halfway hidden in the video, he goes, oh, well, not as many people are these lean mass hyper responders as they think. And he's really burying the lead of the major warnings that should be put with all of this, even if he truly believes the things he's saying. And in that case, leading people to eat as much animal fat and meat and all these things as they want and feel great about it. And so I had to comment on this pattern that I'm seeing with Nick, where he's essentially using this weird metabolic fluke or whatever's going on that is increasing this LDL and, leading people to believe in this weird, soft, half ambiguous way that they can eat as much animal products as they want. They can eat as much eggs as they want. They can have as high of LDL as they would ever want, and they'll be just fine. Whether he's explicitly saying that or not, he is absolutely not explicitly starting his videos with the warnings that they deserve to have. So in the end, no, he did not prove that eggs don't raise cholesterol. He did not disprove, that meta-analysis of 17 studies, for example, the largest one on that topic. Sadly, the news articles, as he desired, absolutely ate this up and are spreading the misinformation that eggs don't have any negative effect. And this is something that people are going to read, and they're going to latch onto this idea for years. And they're going to say, hey, that one guy ate 700 eggs and nothing happened. I can just slam down these omelets and bacon and eggs and all that stuff. Yet Nick is painting it as, oh, this is all just some fun intellectual experiment. Well, no, this is like public health messaging, and the result is really not good, as we can see from the comments here. And so I would go ahead and say that he should make a follow-up video saying the average person will not see this. High LDL is causal to atherosclerosis, and then the pattern that virtually everybody that's watching these videos is eating, but I don't think he's going to do that. And that's because a large part of his niche, where he gets his views, is this keto high meat community that he needs to appease as well. However, I think that's irresponsible. Anyway, I could keep rambling forever, and I would love to hear what you guys think about all this. But I also want to say, if you are interested in that Costa Rica trip, if it is not full still, check out that link below, see if there's still spots available, and we can see some awesome slots and have a good time. Other than that, please don't eat 720 eggs. Of course, feel free to like, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching.
There is a demand for it. It's going to exist regardless.
Absolutely,
I think the only thing
is that moral just because there's a demand for it? Is something moral if there's a demand?
If I eat a chicken, I'm not going to think about my moral standpoint while eating the chicken.
But should you?
No, not really.
Why not?
Because my priorities are more towards my academics than wondering about whether my chicken died a good death or not.
Hey everyone, it's that time again where I get to tell you all about the intuitive, fun, and interactive learning platform Brilliant, who is sponsoring today's video. Brilliant is a learning platform where you learn by doing, and it has thousands of interactive lessons. Each lesson is filled with hands-on problem solving that lets you play with Earthlinged. So let's get back to the debate at hand, but thank you again to Brilliant for sponsoring today's video. All right, guys, nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you both today, and I appreciate you taking the time to sit with me. As you know, I have a banner, and the banner says, why aren't you vegan yet? So I guess we'll do it one at a time maybe, but I'm interested to know why you guys aren't vegan yet.
Well, I think I speak for both of us. Well, I don't really have a standpoint on it. I don't have a standpoint, and I hope you, pitch me an idea and just like, I don't know, I'm open to change and just give me your best idea. Like, I don't know, it doesn't hurt to see a different perspective.
Well, so when you buy animal products, why do you buy them?
It tastes good. It tastes good for maybe sometimes nutrition.
Right. Can you get protein from plants?
You could, yeah. Yes, but I tried looking into becoming vegetarian once, but I found that like a lot of some specific vitamins or nutritionists you couldn't get off plants. I think I'm not like too. That's what I heard at least. I don't know. When I was looking, it was like B12. I meant so everyone says to get like supplements or something like that to compensate for it, and I don't think that's like, I guess, best fit for me personally. And also, what supplements? Yeah, I don't know. You never know with like medicines, like side effects, and like I don't know.
It's just B12. Would you be more? Yeah, but I can tell you there are none. To be honest, with things like B12 and such, the supplements that you can get are perfectly healthy and they're actually good for you.
I'll take your word for that.
Take my word for it. And this is another thing, right? The important thing is just go home and have a look at yourself. You know, just go and do some research, see if you can get B12 in a plant-based diet. So we can get protein that we need on a plant-based diet. Let's say we can get B12 as well. When it comes to enjoyment, does that justify the harm that we cause to animals?
Enjoyment. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do out of joy that harms the environment.
Yeah.
Like even just like, I don't know, constructing a building so I have a roof on top of my head.
Yeah.
That destroys the environment, obviously.
You charge your cameras, you use electricity for that.
Yeah. And that electricity comes from, I don't know, maybe coal mines and for now. But I mean, it's still the main source. We don't have a strong renewable energy source that can, like, we can't rely on that. So
that kind of in effect answers the question. We don't have a strong renewable energy source. If we did, and let's say we had two sockets and one was a strong renewable energy source and one wasn't, and we were choosing to plug into the one that wasn't.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Yeah. But the thing with a plant-based diet is we have an option, right? So we can choose to eat meat, dairy, and eggs, or we can choose not to. And so why wouldn't we choose not to then as well?
Give somebody a good reason to switch from consuming meat to a plant-based diet.
Because it reduces animal suffering and animal death.
But if that person switches, that doesn't, like, the impact it has not like enough to like actually make companies to think about stopping.
And what if everyone says that?
What if everyone? I think some people are not in the position.
But that's why there is no there's no actual like massive relative change. It's
not yet.
I think.
But do you think that would be in our lifetime?
Hopefully, that's why I'm here.
No, but come on, that's hope. I'm talking logic.
Okay. I want to build on something you said. It's this idea of like, oh yeah, I'm just one person. How is that going to affect the global effect? I think we're able to make that decision because we speak from like a privileged standpoint. There's a lot of people, especially like in the eastern side of the world, that rely on substantial farming and I don't know. They can't. They're not in a position because mainly due to poverty to have this debate, right?
Absolutely. I mean, interestingly, a lot of countries where there is more poverty eat more. Are less reliant on meat, dairy, and eggs, and eat more plants because they're cheaper often. Yeah. But that point aside, I can't argue against the fact that some people can't do it. But the point is, what about those of us who can do it? You know, we recognize there are some people that it may be challenging, it may not be financially viable. But for those of us who can do it, that's when it becomes that more important question for us to consider. And look, one person isn't going to change the world, but if everyone says that, nothing changes, you know? So how do we bring about change if it's not through individuals as well as systems?
Other than arguing the fact that animals would obviously feel pain when they die and they come into like our food, what's another reason for us to change to a plant-based diet?
Why do you need another reason?
Because, well, technically, like, these companies that like breed these animals, they're bred for consumption.
But someone could breed dogs for dog fighting. Does that make dog fighting moral?
That does happen.
Yeah. Is that moral then?
No, it's unethical.
So is it moral?
But dogs aren't considered staple diets. Cows are.
No, but if the argument is that these animals are bred for that reason, and that's why we should maybe allow it to continue.
Dogs are bred to be domesticated, like
or like crossbred, like between breeds to make them look cute, or like.
I don't think that's good either.
Yeah, no,
but like, it does happen.
Yeah,
and there is a demand for it, so it will continue to happen.
But there's a difference between that and it then being morally justified. It's not moral just because there's a demand and just because it does happen, right?
Yeah.
So how do we morally justify doing what we do to animals then? You know, for food, let's say.
Well, we don't. No one really questions it, so it's fine.
Exactly, that's true. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it's fine, though, right? just because we don't question it.
I mean, a lot of developing countries rely on agriculture as their primary sector. So it would be quite hard to, I'm talking about an economic perspective. It'd be quite hard to convince all those countries to be like, you know what, stop producing animals and go.
That's obviously the majority of a world. Like there's nearly 4 billion people living in like Asia and 1 billion in Africa. Like I'm generalizing here, obviously. Yeah, but people who have this option mainly live in North America, Europe, and we're like proportionally a smaller part of the world.
Well, that's true, but also we are disproportionately the biggest contributors to most of the problems, whether they be environmental or whether they be the animal suffering.
We are the problem.
Yeah. So if we change, then the problem would also subside dramatically.
So let's say you convince me, right? I become vegan.
Yeah.
Would I really take the time to convince Carlo to be vegan? Like I probably would.
Convince both of you at the same time.
We're special cases because we're sitting.
But that's 2 people out of 8 billion people on this planet.
Yeah, that's right. But that's almost like an appeal to futility. Look, change is slow, and obviously us 3 making the changes ourselves isn't going to affect everything in the world. But the problem is, if we have that defeatist mindset, then why try to do anything? Right? Why try to do anything positive? Because we're just one person. And if we don't do it, those of us who can don't do it, then nothing will ever change. And if nothing changes, well, we know that that's not good. That's more animal suffering. That's more environmental damage. So those of us who can should, because by us doing it, we can make it more accessible and available for more people, and because we disproportionately contribute more to the problem than those people in other parts of the world.
That's a pretty good point, but that's only if it's what we want to do, if it's our priority. Like I highly doubt that if you ask like all these people here, then they're going to be like, yeah, it's my priority to convert to a plant-based diet.
It doesn't have to be a priority. It just has to be enough of a consideration for you to do it.
I'd say it's like quite time consuming. That's when I was I told you earlier I was trying to become vegetarian. I would have to, like, if I were to go down that route, I would have to plan my meals, cook my own meals, because I can't just go. Well, there are vegan options here and vegetarian options, but in terms of variety, not really. It's
vegan options, right? You guys have like vegan burgers that taste exactly like meat.
I'd have to. I don't know. Put in extra effort every day from already like my busy schedule. I think that's why the majority of people don't switch to veganism. It's because it's an extra step.
I think that's true. I think you're right. People want to be people want things that are convenient and easy. And I don't disagree that maybe at the beginning it requires a bit of extra effort, but then it becomes a new normal. And once you know where you can get food from, once you know how to cook delicious plant-based meals, once you've done that, it's the same as you are now. You just have to get to that point. And that takes a little bit of extra effort, but once you've done it in that sense.
Do you consider like the disadvantages of being vegan?
Many disadvantages.
Yeah.
The fact that other people aren't, and it's hard.
Okay, let's say like you get 1 billion people to be vegan, right? That means you need more farmland. That means more forest land has to be converted into farmland. So you take habitats from animals. So it's still like ruining.
That's not the case.
Why not?
The biggest user of land globally is animal farming.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But if we have to feed those animals food, the majority of animals are factory farmed, which means they're fed crops. So that's food that's grown. So if we swap to a plant-based diet, we can actually reduce the amount of farmland, even farmland that's used to grow plants, because we're no longer growing all these plants to feed to animals. And we kill 85 billion land animals every single year. So actually we can reduce the amount of land that we need by swapping to a plant-based food system. Yeah.
But don't you need more, like, I don't know, calorie-wise or something? I don't know the numbers here, but I would assume that we need more amounts of greens and stuff like that to compensate for the caloric nutritious values of meat products.
We wouldn't necessarily consider greens to be good calorically dense food sources. They're more of like micronutrients and such. But when we talk about calorie dense foods, we're talking about grains and of course beans and legumes and things like that.
Same degree of protein from like a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
But you would have to eat more quantities of them.
It depends. But if you think about a cow or a pig, they consume more than we do. So overall, we're still reducing the amount of land that's been grown. So even like plant-based farming, we reduce the amount of land for plant farming specifically by eating plants. That might mean that more plant farming is given to humans, but overall plant farming reduces because we're not feeding all those animals. So yes, more plants will be grown for humans, but that's still an overall reduction compared to what we have now.
I'll go with what you said. I don't know the numbers, so I just have to agree with you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It can be hard, but what I would love to do is give you some information so you can find those numbers out on your own, of course.
I have a question. What standpoint would you take to convince somebody from the developing world to stop like producing like animals and stuff, and instead producing.
If that's their livelihood, how do you tell a farmer in India to stop growing pigs?
There's a larger demand for animals than there is for a plant-based diet.
Well, I mean, India's an interesting one. Vegetarians are still contributing to the problems I'm trying to stop, of course. But overall, it depends on their personal situation. I don't know. I can't speak to every person in every developing nation, but I'm not trying to convince them. I'm trying to convince you guys. And that's the point.
Well,
so why don't you guys make the change now? Why don't you try it? Let's say I give you the information. You go home. Okay, yes, I can get protein. Yes, I can get B12. Yes, it is better for a land use perspective than animal farming. Then what? Do you guys try it then?
Well, food's kind of indifferent to me. So if you put like a platter of vegan food in front of me or meat, I have either one. I don't really care.
Why not opt for the plant-based one then in your day-to-day life?
Because I'm more accustomed to the meat one.
More accustomed to it, but that doesn't mean that you can't choose the plant-based one. Yeah. So why don't you? From a moral perspective, an ethical perspective, why not?
Because personally, if I don't feel it's that big of a deal that I'm eating meat. I mean, I know a lot of people consider like evil, like or bad or like horrible and stuff, but like in my view, it's not that bad.
Well, is it bad to kill an animal when we don't have to?
Yeah, no, yeah. I say if you just kill an animal and just let it be there, that's just my bad.
There are other like animals who do the same thing as us.
But other animals also rape one another. Is that then justified because they do that?
Well, other animals rape each other.
You can't really but rape is not an essential thing to their survival, but them eating is essential to them.
I don't understand. How would you know if another animal raped another animal?
Well,
which is like, do you know how this consent to each other?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, there are many examples of that. But the point that you were making was other animals do it.
The animal rape the other animal.
Okay,
I mean, we can argue this. I guess the finer details of it. But I guess the point is, animals can sexually exploit other animals or abuse them in a way that comes from a sexual act. And the point I was making specific to what you said is, you said, well, other animals do this, and that's true. But other animals do a whole host of things that we would never consider justified.
I said something that's like essential to their living. Animals like kill. Is it omnivores that eat both?
Yeah.
Omnivores. Okay, so they can eat both. They have the option, but they still occasionally choose to.
But they don't know, do they? They don't know about nutrients, and they
intelligent as us.
Correct. Well, or they're different.
They're different. Yeah, like dolphins are quite intelligent. Whales are quite intelligent. But I'm saying in the sense that we are intelligent, they're not as intelligent as us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have higher cognitive abilities in many ways than they do, which means that we should be held to a different standard than they are, because we can rationalize things. We do intellectually understand things. And the reason I asked that question about is it bad to kill an animal was because you were saying, I know some people say that eating meat is bad. And the reason why we say that eating meat is bad is because we say that causing suffering and death to an animal is bad. So I guess that's the question. Is causing suffering and death to an animal, when of course we can avoid doing so, is that bad?
Well, technically, like as a direct response, yeah, it's bad. But